What up, Wallow?
How may I help?
God damn it, I didn't mean to click that.
Good luck, friend.
I feel nothing.
Those damage buffs? Yeah. Like, the thing is, I don't even want to get excited about the damage buffs yet because I can't believe they're going to go live like that. I refuse to believe they're actually going to buff those abilities by that much. Or if they do get buffed by that much, they're going to get fucking instantly nerfed again. Like, it's just, but it's like fucking with me now because I was like fully on board with disc and it was like, yeah, we'll figure out the Mythic Plus thing later. It's fine. And then Blizzard releases those buffs and it's like, hold up. If fucking Cat is going to be doing that much damage, and now, of course, coincidentally, I was planning on doing my Druid's campaign today. So of course this lines up to where they buff all these cat abilities and now look at me, I'm on fucking Druid today. Like all right, let's see here. Where's that one? This thing, right? That's what I want to take, and then I can go to somewhere. How the fuck do I get to Stormwind from this? We'll go Dalaran. Where the fuck is my Dalaran Hearthstone? Why do I not have my Dalaran Hearthstone? CBA, thank you for the gift subs. That is extraordinarily generous. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Will I be participating in the race world first? No, not really. Love the AMD video. Yeah, they had me film some stuff for 7800 X3D, and they were like, just play your main game, and I was like, can do that. Now, what is fun about this Druid shit, about the new talents, is it is causing me to completely redo my talent. Like I said, I fucking hate to invest a lot of time thinking about this because I feel like there's no way it goes live like this. But there, regardless of whether or not it stays in its current value, they will at least buff the ability by some amount. You know, it's like, do I think Rip is actually going to be buffed by 140%? I sort of feel like they're going to walk that one back. Same with Ferocious Bite. Those feel like those are going to get nerfed a bit. But regardless, it at least signals that they're very likely to... I mean, those abilities are going to end up buffed somehow. There's going to be... It's not like they're going to go, oh, 140%, oh, that's too much. Revert the whole thing. You know, it may be like 140%, ooh, that was a bit too much. Maybe we do 75%. Because those abilities did need to be buffed. The cat abilities were dog shit. Like, they were not worth pressing in their current form, which is stupid. So they're going to get buffed. The question is just by how much. And what that has caused me to do is spend time considering what my talent tree would look like if the cat abilities were back to being good. Shadowfold, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J-Dot, babes. So... Wait, Sabby, thank you for the resub, babe. 25 months, appreciate it. Thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. And 1 hour until bi-weekly World Quest reset. Which one is the bi-weekly World Quest? What am I clicking on here? Fuck. What am I trying to click on? Dragon Isles. What's the bi-weekly World Quest? Which ones are those? It's just a lot will spawn again? Okay. So let's see. Which ones haven't I done today on these characters? I think Druid's the only character I didn't do some on. Besides Evoker, Rip. So it's just the Dragon Race? Okay, whatever. So anyway, if the cat abilities get buffed, then it caused me to rethink my tree. And I think we end up running something that looks, or at least I will probably end up running something that looks like this. The major change being that it may finally be time to dump Nature's Vigil. Not that Nature's Vigil is a bad talent. It's strong, but the investment to get down to it is extreme. You're basically dropping 3 talent points for Nature's Vigil, where it's a big damage increase. If this existed somewhere else on the tree that was easy to get to, you for sure take it. But given how stretched we're going to be here, it just feels like we need to create talent points somewhere. And now, having said that, I mean, maybe you drop like Heart of the Wild or something instead. I actually don't know how much damage Heart of the Wild. I don't know how much of a damage increase Heart of the Wild would be. I'm sure people will do some more simming on this. This is where it sucks. One of the things that's like really frustrating about this week, or about the way they've announced these changes, is they didn't hotfix them. These are changes that are going to go live on the reset, and they're not live on PTR yet. Nor do I know if they ever even will be. So Blizzard has dropped this fat fucking cat form buff right as I have to pick a class, and I have no way to like actually test it. We just have to speculate. I mean, there's some math you can do. You can run some numbers and come up with an idea, but until I actually see it, you know, it's one thing to be like, this is what we're simming. It's another thing to actually go sit on the dummies and see it in person and know, oh my god, yeah, we're actually doing that kind of damage. And until I see it, it feels too good to be true. But Rake and Rip, I mean, Rake got a decent buff, it was like 60%. Rip got a huge fucking buff, it was like 140%. Unfortunately, Swipe didn't get touched, but an interesting consequence of the buffs to the finishers, both Ferocious Bite and Rip, is that combo points are now so valuable that you end up potentially wanting to run Primal Fury as a way to generate extra combo points consistently, because your Ferocious Bites and Rips are now like so good that you just want to get them no matter how. So I think I was seeing some of the druids run some numbers, come up with some priority lists for casting, or for what abilities you're using, and the I think the upshot of it is that you don't cast any spells anymore as a druid. You don't cast Wrath, you don't cast Starfire. You're basically all cat form all the time. And the phone's fucking popping off. So that changes now a lot of the ways, like, whereas in this week it's all about casting like Starfire and Wrath all the time. You like don't touch cat form abilities at all. Suddenly, starting next week with the tuning that we're looking at, it does a complete 180, and now you never cast fucking Starfire and Wrath. You only cast cat form abilities, and it's a pretty dramatic change in the way that you end up wanting to run your character. So it'll be like, this week will be weird, because in the back of my head right now I'm like, oh yeah, I want to press cat form abilities, but I have to remember, like, no, that's not till next week. Do you rat spam and follow your cat dots rep? Nope, you start biting. They buffed the shit out of Ferocious Bite too.
What would you ask of me?
As quickly as I close their portals, more come. Look out!
And also they buffed cat form energy regen. So now you get even more opportunities to press. And that's the other thing, is now they buffed Shred by enough. They buffed Shred by enough now. It wasn't like a massive buff to Shred the way that like there was a massive buff to Rip and Roche's Bite, but they buffed Shred by enough that it's worth sitting in cat form and shredding now instead of wrathing. That's really where the epiphany occurred on PTR. That's where it kind of clicked of like how bad cat form was I was testing damage on the dummies, and I realized even if you were sitting on the dummy in cat form shredding and applying bleeds and shit, like perfect uptime on all of your cat form shit, that you were just doing less damage, like spamming Wrath than spamming Wrath. And I was like, oh my god, like what happened? Whereas now with the buffs, sitting in cat form shredding is more DPS, and I guess good news for cat lovers. Not only is it more damage to just spam shred, but you also get the chip in damage from white swings, which should always make cat form probably the superior damage choice for Druid. Is that all else being equal, being in cat form means you're doing auto attacks. And depending on which expansion we're talking about, auto attacks have been more or less valuable at times. Sometimes auto attacks have been like insanely valuable, like fucking 15% of your DPS. I don't think it's quite that much at this point, but it should still be worth a good chunk. But this, even with sitting in cat form, auto attacking, in current tuning on Druid, you were doing less damage than just spamming Wrath, and that's when you knew cat form was like super down bad. So the new patch with the new finisher tuning makes cat form very valuable. Like, that's basically all you want to do, is just be in cat form as much as you can, generating combo points all the time, using finishers. Finishers are now like the big thing. Like, that is your end game goal, is just like, how the fuck do I get more finishers? It will make Convoke an actual like blaster ability, because if you pop off with ferocious bites inside of your Convoke, each one of those is gonna fucking slam.
Himself alone, not even with guidance.
Marithra, this is your realm.
No, I didn't. Okay.
And our
No way, I have my buff, so I don't care if I get that. Holy fuck. I've done it on every character where I've handed in, not every character, not the paladin, but the other two characters, I handed in the fucking chapter 1 rep buff, and without having my goddamn
Have opened the way for them all.
without having my rep Darkmoon Fair buff on, and each time I've been like, god fucking damn it.
Seek them out and uncover their aims. Viranoth,
For Convoke, do you go in with 5 combo points? No, every Convoke you get or every Ferocious Bite you get in a Convoke is treated as a 5 combo point Convoke. Seems Nature's Vigil isn't worth it anymore. It's still a good talent. The problem is it just requires a heavy investment to get to it. Like, as a single point talent, it is still insanely valuable. But the problem is you can't treat it as a single point talent, because it's not. Like, to get down to it, you have to drop talent points into Vortex and Innervate. And Vortex has some utility, but honestly, mostly to be paired with Typhoon, which is another talent point you probably don't want to spare at this point. If you're not using Vortex for Typhoon, then it's sort of like what are we even doing here? Like, what am I vortexing if it's not to grip mobs back in on Typhoon? So if these buffs go live like they do, and they make these finishers so important, then you need to play Rake, you need to play Rip. Primal Fury becomes like a very strong talent as a way to generate combo points, because those combo points are now insanely valuable. The upside of all this is that while we lose Nature's Vigil with like this new build, this does provide a convenient excuse to go down through Kick. Possibly get threat plates? Yeah. Actually, let me update that. I'm not sure that there was an update to threat plates recently, and every time threat plates has updated itself, it has broken my old export. So let me make sure that this is up to date. Oh, wow. This website has the ability to update this. Wait, how does this know that I'm the same person? It's a little weird. Okay, command, edit. Show class tree talents one more time. Yeah, so this is what I'm looking at playing next week. Now, there's some wiggle room here. This is not taking Dispel, which we'll need at some point. So you will need to come up with this talent point somewhere eventually. This is also not playing Improved Rejuve, which some people may care about. You could probably drop, if you were willing to sacrifice some damage, you could probably drop Heart of the Wild, take like Improved Nature's Cure, or if you don't care about Incap or something, you could probably drop that. if you're super worried about dying, I guess you could maybe take like Matted Fur to get down to Incap Roar instead of Primal Fury. Or I don't really know. I mean, you could if you're brave, you could probably drop Wild Charge for something if you don't care about that. So yeah, this new emphasis on cat damage does like if there is a beyond just the damage, like I said, I expect cat damage to not end up doing as much as they've put into the patch notes now. I don't expect cat to be doing as like that much damage. That seems crazy. But cat will be doing more damage and likely enough damage at the end of the day to justify still running some version of talents like this, which, as I mentioned, has the upside of encouraging us to go down the left side of the tree and potentially getting Skull Bash, which, if we're being honest, could be a bit of a game changer. The fact that we can come up with a 30-second AoE stop along with an annoying kick, but a kick nonetheless. If we end up with a kick and a 30-second stop and really good fucking single target damage, I don't want to get excited about cat because I swear the fuck to God, every time I get ready to play another spec, it seems like they do something to try to lure me back to Druid. Like I was so ready to just be like, yeah, I mean, look at me. I've prepped 3 fucking characters this patch and none of them were Druid. Like it's, yeah, I'm done with that dog shit spec. Like let's fucking go do something else for a patch. And then just as soon as I'm ready to bail, they're like, hold on. What if we buff Druid damage more than we've ever done in the fucking 6 years you've played this spec?
So you've arrived at last. I had hoped
Think
to meet
Master Shapeshifter will be worth it over Liveliness? I think what it'll end up being is that Master Shapeshifter will be a single target
unassuming adventurer.
build and Liveliness will be AoE.
We were free once.
The problem is you still do more damage, or I should say, one of the interesting consequences of this patch, of this buff to cat form damage, is that it appears that there's never a situation anymore where Starfire is worth it. Or at least you have to hit some ungodly number of targets, I think, for that to potentially be the case. So, if you play Master Shapeshifter, a lot of it is just to be able to do fat rips at that point. But the problem is that Master Shapeshifter only like kind of buffs your AoE damage in cat form, because it's not buffing Swipe or Sunfire or Moonfire, any of that shit, Thrash. It's only buffing your finishers really for AoE. I guess depending on how much you're raking. Oh wait, it doesn't even buff rake, does it? It just makes Rip, Ferocious Bite, and Maim. Yeah, so it's Ferocious Bite. So it's Ferocious Bite and Rip that it's buffing. So it's basically just buffing your finishers. Now, with the buff to Resto Druid, or with buff to cat form damage, those abilities now do so much goddamn damage that like
We could find that world again.
it's worth it to basically just figure out how to get those things out as often as possible. But I still think Liveliness does, because Liveliness buffs Rip as well. Which is probably what you'd be using on AoE, is just like swipe, however many times you need to get 5 combo points, and then rip something, and then continue doing so. So I think for like overall damage, Liveliness may still be the play, but Master Shapeshifter I think will do very disgusting amounts of single target damage. Yeah, the Resto Druid Discord is posting some numbers that the the Sims are suggesting that just seem truly unbelievable. Like in 450 gear, like basically current eye level, talking about doing 100,000 plus DPS single target, which is just like Imagine believing the rest of your Discord. Well, that's just it. This isn't just taking their word for it. This is like mathing it out. This is like running the sims and applying the buffs and 100. Yeah, not and honestly, they said 100,000, and they think the sim is underselling it. They think there's some issues with the sim that are actually lowering the true value of some of those buffs. So I think they suggested that in fact it may end up being something closer to like 110,000 with 450 gear. And now I don't remember if it was the 110,000 sim that did this, but those sims have built-in healing time. So that's like some of the sims they run are not just oh, okay, well, if you sit in cat form the whole time, sure. It was sims that are like, we have built-in simulated regrowth time. Like I think it was like 30% of the time in that sim was supposed to be healing, where you were out of cat form casting regrowth and not doing any damage, and it was still doing like, I think it was still doing over 100,000 like that. Now maybe that's incorrect. Maybe I'm misremembering which sim was which, but I mean, is it really that far off of what it's supposed to do? Yes. Yes. Let us not fall into the trap of other healer communities, okay? Let's not copium this shit at all. When a fucking sim pops out saying you're doing 100,000 single target damage, if the first thought that comes to mind is that really so bad that we do 100,000 single target damage? The answer is yes. Shame on you. It wouldn't be you wouldn't be thinking that if Paladin was doing it. You wouldn't be thinking that if fucking Mistweaver was doing it. You wouldn't be thinking that if fucking Evoker was doing that. You'd be losing your fucking mind if any of those specs were doing 100,000 single target damage. And rightly so. What's disc single target right now? I'm actually not sure. They've nerfed its damage enough times since I was like last able to really fuck around with it on PTR that I'm not sure. But it just got nerfed again yesterday. So which is I actually asked my raid leader today, hey, be honest with me, if I swap to Druid right now, would you be fucking mad? And part of the reason, obviously, is, I mean, Druid, if like the Druid damage change is even remotely true. It doesn't even have to be the full value. Even if they buff some of those finishers by like half of what they are trying to buff them by, it would be a pretty big deal. But more than that, they've nerfed Disc Priest again. And each time they nerf it, they say the same thing. Like they've nerfed it several times now over the last few weeks. And each time they say, we recognize Disc is still doing more damage than other healers, and we're trying to rein that in. And every time they nerf Disc and say that, it gets me more and more anxious. Because I'm like, okay, how many times you... And this is actually when I had that, I said I had that conversation with the class devs at BlizzCon. One of the things I brought up with them, which is something we've talked about on stream previously, is Blizzard has never really given a stated goal for what it wants healer damage to look like across the different specs, which to me is a big part of the problem with healer balance is I don't even know what Blizzard's aiming for. Like they'll do patch notes and they'll say like, you know, such and such spec is doing more damage than we'd like. And it's like, do you want to tell us how much damage you would like the spec to be doing? Nope. That's an internal number. We're not going to tell you shit about what we're trying to do. We're just going to let you know when we have failed to do it. And so I don't know if they intend for Disc Priest to be doing like the same amount of damage as other healers or more damage than other healers. If so, how much more damage than other healers? Who fucking knows? All I know is that they've said it's doing more damage than they would like it to do compared to other healers. And when I hear that, I start to get a bit concerned because I'm like, okay, well, how much more do you need to nerf it before it's doing as much damage as you would like it to? So it's making me less confident about my decision to play Disc Priest each time we get a nerf like that. The fact that they are like, I thought we were done nerfing Disc, at least until like Grace World First was done. The fact that they are still nerfing Disc like 3-4 days before the race starts is concerning. The fact they're still dropping nerfs right now is like, yo, man, I'm trying to pick a fucking class. Could you not do that? That's not what I'm trying to see when I open up fucking hotfixes. Is like, oh yeah, we just nerfed the fucking spec you want to play in World First again. Disc is still in a very good position. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to play Disc, I don't think that nerf was like enough of a thing to cause you to not play it. But if you were on the fence about playing Disc, that's the kind of thing that's like, dude, like, if they nerf the spec now, is there something stopping them from nerfing it again during the Race World First? Like, what if Disc is still doing too much damage? Do they nerf it again, like, during the race? And yeah, I don't know. Now, what is interesting, I had that conversation with my raid leader about, you know, what if I wanted to swap off Disc, and he mentioned that the guy that I thought was playing Holy Paladin for us might actually just be playing Mistweaver, which leaves us in a position where we may not have a Holy Paladin on our raid roster, which in other tiers would have been very concerning to me, finding out that we were not playing a Holy Paladin. But honestly, given what they've done to Aura Mastery, at this point you really only, I think, run Holy Paladin for Devo Aura. Like, that's what the value of Holy Paladin is right now, is that it brings Devo Aura. I don't know that Aura Mastery by itself justifies a Raid Paladin spot anymore. So if you have any other Paladin on your roster, besides, oh, if somebody's playing Ret, if somebody's playing Prot, and they play Devo for you, I don't know that you need to run a Holy Paladin. And so when my raid leader was like, yeah, maybe we just, you know, maybe he plays Mistweaver and you can play whatever you want. And I was like, oh my god, do we not play a fucking Holy Paladin? Because that's actually kind of based. Ret sucks. Yeah, I feel like that basically means you have to be playing Prot Pally. Although our guild's at the point where, I mean, we're like a world 300 guild probably. We may not be making the perfect lineup decisions top to bottom. If somebody wants to play Ret in the raid, we would probably let them. Holy Paladin seems like the only true tank healer. But see, I don't think that matters. Like, even how often on fights this tier did you even put beacons on the tanks? Like, I felt like you were fucking padding if you put your beacons on the tanks. It was like every fight was like, okay, which squishy DPS do we put our beacons on instead of the tank, because the tank doesn't need it. The only time that I felt like I needed beacons on tanks this tier was on fucking experiments. Tanks got fucking annihilated there for whatever reason. Yeah, Sark, phase 2, because like nothing else is happening. And yeah, on Skarn occasionally times, but I would say for most fights you were getting more value out of your, maybe not more value HPS wise, but you were getting more value like, is this going to keep somebody from dying wise, to put your beacons on anybody but the tanks.
Goddess gives me strength. Elune, light your way.
But even still, if you want tank healing, I can run a version of Resto Druid. In fact, that's actually a thing that back before they nerfed Verdancy, there was a build I was running very early on in Vault Prog that was double Life Bloom, where Verdancy was doing like fucking 15 to 20% of my HPS, where you would just leave your Life Blooms on the tanks. And my tank healing was like odd tier. Like better than Holy Paladin tank, like probably way better than Holy Paladin tank healing. But the problem was you always ran a Holy Paladin, so it was like, okay, well that's, you know, it's an interesting like footnote, but who gives a shit because Holy Paladin's locked in, so it's always just going to be overhealing. But if we have an encounter where like your tank healing fucking matters and you don't have a Holy Paladin, dude, on a Druid I could flex to a spec that does insane tank healing. Isn't Druid damage going to be insane in Mythic Plus? Yes. I am highly suspicious of these buffs going live. Well, they may go live in their current state, but they will get reverted, I think, pretty quickly. The numbers that the Druid community is simming with these buffs are truly eye-watering. And I would not... I wouldn't be surprised if it just doesn't even go live like that, if they adjust those before they even launch the fixes, or if they do go live like that, I wouldn't be surprised if it lasts for like a couple weeks and then they're like, actually, yeah, never mind. Am I still playing Disc after the nerfs? I don't know. We have an even more interesting decision. Now, I will say, one of the guys that I thought was playing Holy Paladin for us may actually be playing Mistweaver, so that may take Mistweaver off the table for me as a raider. So the decision may be between Disc and Druid now. Or I guess I could consider playing Holy Paladin, but I don't really want to. What am I doing, by the way? Let's go up here. Not considering Dragon. We already have an Invoker. Our raid roster right now is definitely a Holy Priest, definitely an Invoker. Then there's one of them deciding on Holy Paladin or Mistweaver, and then I don't think we need any raid buffs, so I think I'm free to play whatever I want. But it would not be Evoker. If we already have one, I'm not playing another fucking Evoker. And if we already have a Mistweaver, I don't think you necessarily want to run two Mistweavers. Surprised to see Mistweaver on touch yesterday? Honestly, I don't like... I think you can draw some conclusions from PTR, like general impressions from PTR, but I do think that a lot of times people treat PTR numbers as like fucking scripture, when a lot of times there's just like shit that happens on PTR that, or like people are using numbers from like several patches ago saying like, look how much fucking healing such and such is doing. It's like, you know, they've made changes since then. I don't give a fuck. So that's one of those things where I know that people are going crazy about Mistweaver DPS or Mistweaver HPS, but I guess I'm okay with waiting to see it. Is 110k real? I mean, that's the thing. It's annoying that Blizzard does not put this up on PTR. I wish this would have been a hot fix so that we could actually see the numbers live before next week. Maybe it'll get put up on the PTR. I'm not holding my breath, but maybe we'll see a PTR. I guess, worst case, the PTR will probably get updated with the NA patch on Tuesday, would be my guess. So if even if they haven't put it on PTR before then, I guess at least if you're on EU, you'll get a chance, I think, to see what Resto Druid's doing on PTR before the patch launches in EU. So like maybe next Tuesday we would actually get to kind of like fuck around with Druid numbers on PTR, see what's happening. But yeah, in a game where buffs, like, we would usually treat buffs of like 15 to 20% to be meaningful. If some ability gets buffed by like 15 or 20%, that's like a, oh shit, that's a real buff. They buffed Rip by 140%. Those are the kinds of buffs when the number has 3 digits in it. Those are the kind of buff where it doesn't matter what the spell started as. It's probably good now. And Rip got that treatment. Now, and the thing is, people are like, "Oh, do you think that's actually gonna, like, do you think those buffs will actually happen?" And it's like, no, I don't think Rip will actually stay at 140%. But I also think that people, when they ask that question, the alternative in their mind is like, do you think it'll actually stay at 140%, or do you think Blizzard will change it back to 0% buff? They're obviously buffing Rip and Rake and Shred by some amount. Like, they're not going to just go, they're not going to take a look at Druid output after the patch and go like, oh man, Druid's doing way too much damage now, revert the whole fucking buff, put Druid back to where it was in the first place. Those abilities will get buffed by some amount, and the question is just how much. Do I think Rip is going to get buffed by 140%? No. Do I think Rip could comfortably get buffed by like 75%? Yeah. Would I be surprised if they just let the Rake and Shred buffs go through without touching those at all? Yep. I think really the problem with Druid damage right now is the amount of damage that the finishers are doing. Those are the ones that got the huge buffs. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they walk back some of the Rip and Ferocious Bite buffs. But even if they do that, the amount of damage that Druid will gain from this, like, Druid damage is going up the end. That is a statement, full stop. Druid damage is going up after this patch. The question is simply by how much. Currently, the amount is an unbelievable number and unlikely to stay that way, but it will be going up by some amount. And Druid was already in a, when people ask me my opinion about Druid, I would say I think it's a good healer. I just think that it would likely get pushed out of the meta if balance was good. After these buffs, or I should say, if you buff Druid damage by some amount, some non-trivial amount, Druid may just be good enough in its own right that, like, it stops getting bullied by Balance Druid, and it just becomes like, no, you bring Resto Druid. Like, fuck Balance. Balance isn't good enough to displace Resto Druid, and now you're bringing Resto Druid, and we'll figure out something else besides Balance to play. It sounds like they expect Druid to have less globals available. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing about Cat, is that it always, Cat DPS usually supposes that you have uptime in Cat form, and that's obviously not always true. And in Raid, that's virtually never true, which is one of the tricky things. I could see this being a completely reasonable DPS buff if it was only in the context of raiding, because you'll never sit in Cat form in Raid and just DPS. So I could actually see if they tested this damage in Raid, in like a Raid environment, I could absolutely see them being like, oh yeah, this is fine. Look, you only get to press like 5 rips during the fight anyway, so who gives a shit? But then if you go sit on a boss where you're not doing anything and you're just able to like spam fucking rips and ferocious bites, then it's like, oh wow, it's broken as fuck. Which is why I kind of wish that they would make... They have some talents sort of like this already, but I sort of wish they would lean more into this. Of like, talents that generate more combo points when you're not actively... I mean, in this case, it is when you're actively DPSing, but it would be nice if there was a way to generate combo points from doing things other than DPSing. Like, an idea I threw out on Druid Discord is like, what if casting Rejuve gave you 1 combo point? And you have to, at some point, get into cat form to utilize that. So it would still require you to press some globals to use it. But that way, you can still be doing cat DPS, but without having to... Like, that's ultimately the problem with cat DPS, is that it requires you to, like, commit to cat DPS for a chunk of time. You have to be sitting in cat form, generating combo points in order to do any kind of real damage with it. And sometimes you can. Like in Mythic Plus, you can probably do that a lot. But in Raid, you basically never can do that. You can't just sit in cat form the whole time. So it would be nice if there were some like compromise talents where it's like, okay, look, we recognize you will not be sitting in cat form all the time, but you will be generating like builders off of your normal healing rotation that you will then be allowed to use occasionally for the big finisher ability, even though you're not actively DPSing in the meantime. Do combo points eventually fade away when you shapeshift? No. Nope. Combo points are combo points. Oh, we missed, by the way. Huntress, thank you for the resub, babe. 24 months, aka 2 years. Love it. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your new green Gigababe sub icon. Thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Dude, I forgot how nice it is to be a druid and go around doing quests. This kind of shit where you have to grab something off the ground that's surrounded by mobs. Or like close portals that a mob's standing next to. Alright, what was this? Face and MSM with healing uptime. Slight DPS gain at 5 targets to swipe over Rake. Not a gain to swipe over Moonfire for rips. I don't even understand. Okay, so what would that be? So what would that rotation look like? If 5 targets, slight DPS gain to swipe over Rake. Not a gain to swipe over Moonfire for rips. So you'd want to apply Sunfire, you'd want to apply Moonfire, and then you'd want to just swipe for combo points. But it's not worth it to completely skip Moonfiring. See, that's the kind of thing, that's kind of math. Somebody, one of the guys on Discord is doing math for like what your rotation would look like. That's the kind of stuff that is probably premature. Because this shit of like, is it worth it to like swipe for rip? It's like... I don't think they're going to leave Rip in the state where it's so good that you're literally doing anything you can to just get more rips out. But it does sound like, or I should say, right now the buffs to the finishers are so big that it is going to warp the way that Druid does damage. Your finishers will become the most important thing. Like anything you can do to build for a finisher, you do that. I don't expect finisher buffs to go live in a state that it warps Druid DPS, but I do expect finisher buffs to go live to at least make them meaningful, which they're really not right now. Like Rip and Ferocious Bite do not feel like strong buttons at the moment. And I expect the buffs to those abilities to at least be enough that you feel like it matters when you press them. And I think they will have the, I think it'll have the effect of also making Convoke feel like a good damage ability. Which I've always kind of felt like that was like Convoke has always felt like a throwaway on offense. You basically sent it offensively if you knew you weren't going to need the healing, but it wasn't because it actually felt good to press on offense. It was just like, well, fuck it, I don't need to do any healing for the next minute, so might as well press it for damage. The buffs to these finishers will make it hit hard enough that you'll actually notice it on the damage meter when you press it.
Both have my thanks. I know it was applause to me.
What do I think about the rep bug? What's the rep bug? Do I think those disc nerfs are enough to think about another healer for Biscomp? I don't think the disc nerfs were by themselves enough to displace disc in anything. In raid, I think they're still going to be doing a shitload of damage. Obviously, it affects their damage a bit in Mythic Plus, but if that was the kind of nerf that knocked you out of meta, you did not have a particularly strong hold on meta anyway. Like, if that kind of nerf was enough to be like, oh, I don't want to play disc anymore, then disc was not going to be a 100% locked-in healer anyway. It was just going to be a good healer that you could use in certain comps, but could also be replaced. Fuck, somebody killed all the guys. Where's the guys? Kind of hoping to see double disc somewhere. That was I couldn't tell. There was a post that I saw got linked from somebody typed something in the Disc Priest Discord yesterday where they were dooming about the changes, and they said basically like, well, I mean, I guess you'll still bring one Disc Priest, but after these changes, no guild's gonna want to bring two Disc Priests anymore. And it's like, okay.
You could probably use a little help, huh? I can't wait to see what you do next.
All right. Time to do the cool hat quest, except this time I can make them fuck off instantly. Oh. I need you to apply. Oh, no, it takes me out of flying form when I do it. I see. I guess I don't get to do this as free as I thought. Thought I'd just be able to put the hats on them and fly away, but they outsmarted me. Holy Pally Discord's in shambles. I think maybe you can stand to have one raid tier where you're in shambles. Like, I hate that tit for tat approach to class balance where it's like, no, this raid tier is my turn. It's your turn to suck. Like, obviously it doesn't feel good for anybody, but if there's any class that has deserved that shit, it's Holy Paladin. Yeah, let's do a little... Poor Resto Shaman. It's easy to forget, but Resto Shaman had one of the highest peaks this expansion after their 10.0.7 rework, I think. Now, it was a relatively short-lived peak compared to what we've seen from some other healers, but Resto Shaman, if you measure
Thank you for your time.
the like zenith of any healers relative power versus other healers, after their season 1 rework, Resto Shaman was busted as fuck. Like, fucking bro. I still remember somebody linking me Tanner's stream after those buffs went live, where they were like, bro, have you seen the damage that Tanner's doing on his Resto Shaman? And I was like, no, what? And they're like, I don't remember what the number was, but it was some number in Academy, and I was like, oh my god, man. It was like double the amount of damage I'd ever done on Resto Druid. Even when I was playing like the sweatiest, try-hardiest fucking damage build I could. It was like, he was just like casually doubling that number up. Just running around dropping like acid rain and shit. And I was like, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Very fucking cool. Alright, which druid didn't I put a hat on? Even more damage than Peak Holy Paladin Season 2? In terms of overall, probably yes. Where Paladin, it's hard to measure Paladin. Oh wait, Season 2 of this season? Immediately after 10.1.5, like in the very first iteration of the 10.1 of the 10.1.5 rework, Holy Paladin may have been doing more damage relatively than Shaman was. I'm not sure, but they got nerfed within like a week or something that slapped that, and then they got nerfed again like a week later that very much slapped that. Whereas Resto Shaman kept doing that DPS for like the rest of the patch. And their single target was fucking crazy too. That was the thing, is like Acid Rain was crazy, but then also the amount of damage that Resto Druid or Resto Shaman was doing just by like pumping fucking lava bursts into a target was also fucking crazy.
Is that all?
Do you think there's a Holy Paladin in the race world first, or do they run prot ret? Well, I don't think you'll see a ret Paladin. Now, I know prot Paladin was looking good on PTR, but I'm not sure. Sometimes what's good in Mythic Plus is not what's good in Raid. I saw plenty of prot Paladins in Mythic Plus. I don't know if you raid on one. If you have a prot Paladin tank, I don't think you drop a Holy Paladin for a ret Paladin. But if you have a prot Paladin tank already... Actually, I think you have to run 2 Paladins, right? Now that I think about it. Like, you for sure need Devo Aura for World First, but I think you also just want Ret Aura. Like, I feel like bringing Ret Aura is enough to justify bringing another Paladin. Fucking Paladins, by the way. Fucking Paladins, by the way. We just memed about, oh, you won't bring 2 Disc Priests now, but like every fucking tier you're bringing 2 Paladins because Devo Aura and Red Aura. Whoop, 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 whoop. Go fuck yourself, Paladins. They don't get to cry. Like everything about that class is built to be
Many deals for a friend of the
like
like you.
necessary. You just always need them. It just doesn't matter. You always need more than one. Okay, fuck this. I'm not crushing these for chromatic dust.
Many farewell.
You. Fuck anything that's on the Explorer track. Oh yeah. Oops. We just popped a fucking pot. Bind that into a spark. Sell that shit.
I have many wares.
Okay.
Farewell, friend of the
All right. Bought the rune? No, I'm not even close to buying it. It's funny how when the Race to World First raiders get something in their sights, it like shuts everyone else's brains off. And now because World First Raiders have become so obsessed with getting runes, everyone else has become obsessed with getting runes, and it's like, it's fucking 86 primary stat. You won't even notice if you have it on or not. Like, I've played this entire expansion. I've used maybe like 5 augment runes. And I haven't missed it for a second. Your guild said whoever manages to obtain it within 2 weeks, the guild will pay for it. Like, that's the thing. I think I would rather not have the rune and spend 100,000 gold later than to grind my fucking ass off this week to get a rune like a week early. Like, I could sell 1 key and make 100,000 gold.
Alone be with you. Hello. Be careful. Good luck, friend.
The mentality of perma getting perma augment. And what I find funny is there are people that will ignore other ways to make their character better this week in an attempt to grind that fucking rune, when realistically there are probably people that are not getting upgrades on their gear that they could be getting right now. Where unless you have, even if you have literal bis, if you play your whelplings right, your whelpling crest right, you can get 450 gear on certain slots that would do more. If you spent like a few hours figuring out how to get 450 gear on a few slots, you could probably do more to improve your character's performance next week than you would ever get from having an augment rune. But people will just like ignore that and just focus entirely on getting the augment rune. It's the renown 20 thing people are after. So if you kill heroic Farak, you get the same token, and you won't have enough sparks for that to make a difference until after like Race World. Like that won't matter until like week 4 or whatever the fuck. You get that same token from a heroic Farak kill, and you won't have enough sparks for that to matter until like a month in. Which token are we talking about? One of the currencies to craft the 476 gear, I think. It's a crafting token thing. Where is it? Yeah. This enchanted worm streaming crest. Which is those enchanted crests, that's what you buy off the vendor with X amount of crests. Like you have to convert, that's what you have to go to the vendor and convert X amount of crests to buy that thing, and then you can take that thing and craft with it. So it's essentially like getting X amount more aspect crests above the cap than you would normally be able to. What up, Franks? What key level do you have to do to get a 17 from Vault? I think it's 12 key levels down, right?
How may I help?
So 29.
We meet. Hello.
Or is it 11? Okay, sorry, 11. Maybe I'm thinking of out of time keys.
I am honored.
I love this option. A fucking guy asked me questions. They've given you all these choices, and then there's just one at the bottom indicates something else. Yeah, it's something else. Yeah, no, different thing. Yep.
May the stars guide you.
Yeah, nope, none of those.
Answer the call of the wild.
Show the cow eating talent skin. So this is with the state of the druid buffs going live. I think you would run something like this. Now, as I mentioned, I am dubious that these buffs will stay in their current form. But even still, your talents may, even if they walk back some of the buffs to like rip and ferocious bite, which I think are the most likely. If they're gonna undo some of the buffs, I think it will be in the form of not buffing rip and ferocious bite by nearly as much as they intended to. But even if that's the case, I think you may still run talents like that. Reminder that having to spend 2 talent points on Sunfire is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody is making the argument that the Druid class tree is in a good spot. But if we end up doing the amount of damage, or honestly, even if Druid is even doing like fucking 60 to 70% of the amount of damage that they're supposed to be simming for right now with these changes, it will be a win for the spec. And if we come out of this, if I get to run a spec, or if I get to run a build where in the class tree I get to pick up Incap Roar, Kick, like Imp Sunfire, Heart of the Wild, and all the healing talents, and I'm still doing good damage, that's like an unqualified win. If I get to run this shit over here and still be doing really good damage, if I get both a kick and a 30-second AoE stop, uncapped AoE stop, that's gonna be some strong fucking utility. And you still get thick hide. So, oh, that's why this build had an extra point. I only have 1 point in fucking thick hide. I was wondering where the fuck I had an extra point from. Let's drop for World Quest content. Let's fucking not take this. Actually, I shouldn't even be taking this shit right now because I'm not going to use it, but not that I'm going to be using fucking thick hide either, but Skull Bash cringe. I admittedly would probably not be volunteering to kick early and often, but if there's some pulls that you just literally need another kick for, or you can't do them, and you have a druid, because I mean, there were like dungeons like that in the past. One that comes to mind was like Spires of Ascension. If you had a Resto Shaman with a kick, it like trivialized some of the pulls in there, because the Shaman could stop every one of the whatever that guy's name was, the big guy that did the AoE. Shaman could kick, yeah, Goliath. I kept wanting to say like Guardian. He could stop every one of the Goliath AoEs by himself. Like, you didn't even need, it wasn't even a rotation. It was just like, all right, Shaman, you kick that, and then we cover everything else. And then if you didn't have a kick, or i.e. if you played any other fucking healer in a game, then it became, oh, fuck. Well, we have to spend kicks on that. Now we don't have kicks for the other shit that's still also kind of dangerous. And you would just, like, randomly lose people to RNG shit. And so there were a lot of people that were like, I'm not doing Spires of Ascension unless we have a shaman. Like, it's just, it's too convenient to have a shaman for this dungeon to do it without, unless you're in like a push group with the same folks or something. It was just like, yeah, I'm not, if I'm pugging this shit, it's a shaman or we're not doing it. And so if you find yourself in that position,
What forces you can find and remove this threat.
where it's like, yeah, we want to do this pull, but we have to have another kick for it. Well, guess what? You've got a fucking kick now. Cast Hibernate on random somnals. That's awkward. Cat weaving buffed? Yes, by quite a bit. To the point where they got buffed by enough to where I feel pretty confident saying those buffs will not last. They will revert some of them. And also they got buffed to the point where you basically don't cast. It's almost like a complete 180 from this patch, where currently your casted abilities, Wrath and Starfire, are doing so much damage that you basically don't press any cat form abilities now. We're going to the cat form shit. The cat form buffs will be so powerful in their current form that it will completely invert that, and you will go from never casting any cat form stuff to never casting any caster form stuff. You will be only like trying to. It'll be basically like Sunfire the pack, Moonfire if there's few enough targets, but otherwise you're just like trying to apply finishers as fast as you can. Oh yeah, I meant to check. I think there was an update to the Thomas again. This is the thing about this fucking Thomas, is like every fucking time that it's useful, it's also annoying because, I mean, I guess props to the guy, but he updates it like every fucking day. So every time you log in, you have to like check for the new Thomas. Moonfire under 5 targets. Face had Thebok had a prio list for how many targets you did and while running which talents. I think it was like at. Let me go pull that tree up. Or let me go pull that table up. Actually, I don't want to just make this up. Oh, that's a big fucking tree now, or a big table now. Yeah, so the fucked up thing is with these rake buffs, you never Moonfire first. You apply rake first in all situations. In fact, or sorry, not in all situations, but you always rake before Moonfire. You don't start applying Sunfire first until 2 or 3 targets. Shit, if you're playing, what the fuck is this? What is this build? This is Rip with no Primal Fury with Master Shapeshifter. You don't start Sunfiring until 6 fucking mobs. Now that seems like kind of a goofy. I don't see that same prio for many other things, but if you have this one configuration of talents, you don't even press Sunfire until you get to 6 mobs, or at least not as first global. And at even up to 4 mobs in this build, you don't press Sunfire until you're basically like exhausted on energy. You would go in, you would thrash, you would apply as many rakes as you could, and then you would Sunfire when you had no more energy. But even swipe at that point is more value than Sunfire. You're basically only Sunfiring when you have to get out of cat form to regen energy. What up? New to my stream, what content do I enjoy doing? Mostly Mythic Plus. We do some raid though, but PvE stuff for the most part. Any thoughts on Boomy versus DH for Mythic Plus bugging? Well, at the moment, if you're asking like which class should you play, DH seems like a very safe bet because it seems like either Havoc or Vengeance are going to be very good, perhaps both at the same time. Boomy is looking very good, but DH just seems like it's on sort of another level with where they're leaving it at the moment. What have I not picked up here? Any thoughts on Evoker? Well, to the extent if by Evoker you mean Preservation Evoker, I think it's a strong healer, but it's working against Augmentation. Now, they did just nerf Augmentation yesterday. I'm not sure that that was enough to dislodge them, but it appears Blizzard's at least aware of what's going on there. If Augmentation gets nerfed enough that you don't play Augmentation, Preservation, I think, is looking like a very serviceable pick and could even be meta. What up, Nico? Will I compete in the race world first? Nope. No, every time I ever flirt with the thought of like, man, it'd be cool to like get back into world first rating. I have moments like this right now where I watch all the world first raiders running around on multiple characters grinding an augment rune, and I'm like, yeah, actually I think I'm good. What am I doing over here? Heated Hearthstone. Who has that? Guy over here? Ah. Can you get 20 renown in 1 week? Yeah. Yeah, I saw Nate tweet that he hit, was it 20? I can't remember if it was 20, actually. Somebody's like, oh, yeah, because you fucking did the exploit. And he's like, nah, man, that was just straight fucking grinding. You can go watch my stream. I just did seeds for like 18 hours in a row. Power aside and purely gameplay wise, how would I rate healers for Mythic Plus? I think Mistweaver's gonna be a lot of fucking fun in keys. That playstyle is gonna be a lot of fun. I think Druid will be in a fairly good spot gameplay wise. It's set bonus. It's 4-piece set bonus is like one of the better set bonuses we've ever had for keys. And the 2-piece. The whole thing is very much a Mythic Plus favored set bonus. So I think the Druid set bonus makes the spec feel better. It gives it more like burst healing potential, more spot healing potential, which is something that Druid's never really had much of. So that always feels nice. Paladin, when I last played it, it was decent. Very reminiscent of like that. Not much has changed with that spec. The biggest problem with Paladin was mana was constantly an issue. And I don't know, I feel like at some point they'll have to address that, but until they do, it feels really shit playing a spec where you're always just like staring at your mana bar, trying to find times to drink, or trying to change what spells you're pressing because you're worried you're going to go Anytime that you're actively considering your mana bar while playing a spec, that's usually not a good sign. So Paladin's a little concerning. Debrief seems pretty fun. You're basically just spamming fucking Mindbender as often as you can, and that's fun. It's fun to just spam your big cooldown. I haven't really touched Holy or Resto Shaman. And then Evoker feels like it's basically just the same as it's been, which I think has been a fairly polarizing spec. I think some people really like Evoker, and then some people really do not like Evoker, so I think it just depends on whether you... It's a fairly different playstyle compared to other healers.
Dream beneath the trees. Wander where
Go away. Go away. Holy's Tears very fun. Yeah, I remember Max and I did that call early on when the tiers got announced, and it was a tier list, not in terms of power, but in terms of like, did these changes seem good, and how were the tier sets? Like, did the tier sets look good? And I remember in that conversation about Holy, I was like, I don't know if if Holy's tier set is strong mathematically, but the way that it, like the mechanics of it, I think are going to be fun, because it's one of those set bonuses where the 2-piece plays into the 4-piece, and then vice versa, where each of the sets is doing a thing that the other bonus plays off of. And I think those are some of my favorite set bonuses, when there's interactivity between the 2-piece and the 4-piece. Like a lot of times it'll be like the 2-piece introduces a new mechanic, and then the 4-piece is like, when this mechanic happens, blah blah blah. And then the set becomes kind of its own gameplay loop. And so Holy has some of that, where it's doing one thing, activates the other set bonus, and then that activates the first set bonus, and you're playing back and forth like that. All right, set up here.
I am listening. On your mark. Consider it done.
The fuck's the other sister? Oh, there you are. Okay. Think cat leaving will be a thing now? Yes. These buffs are so like. Now I'll caution by saying I don't think these cat form buffs will go live in their current state, or if they do, I think they will be at least partially reverted. But in the current tuning that was announced, these are maybe the strongest damage buffs that Druid has ever gotten in the Mythic Plus era. And they will completely, in their current tuning, they will essentially completely preempt the balance spells. You will no longer press Starfire, you will no longer press Wrath. Is it normal for a 430 eye level Mistweaver to hit 11k with Vivify? That seems low. Do you have the... I mean, I guess even with the talent, that seems low, but there's the talent that increases your Vivify healing.
The sentinels stand ready. Goddess watch over you.
Are you sure you don't have like a fucking agi weapon equipped or something? How am I feel about the disc nerfs? I don't think the disc nerfs were actually that big of a deal. But the fact that they ran concurrent with Druid buffs probably makes them feel worse than they actually were. But I think disc is still very safe as a pick for raid. These successive damage buffs have definitely dampened some of the hype that the spec had in Mythic Plus. So there will definitely be... I would say that these changes, if you are a Disc Priest main and you want to play Disc Priest this tier, these changes should do nothing to dissuade you from that. Like, they'll still be very good in raid. They'll still be, at worst, pretty good in Mythic Plus. Like, this didn't change any of that. But if you are a Fodden player and you are only interested in what is the best spec at any given time, then these sort of, like, chip nerfs add up over time, and when balanced against other classes' buffs, maybe it was enough to start moving around what some people would prefer to play. We'll never understand why they're nerfing disc damage but not preservation. It's because of raid. That's where disc damage is an issue right now, like a glaring issue. They are doing just insanely more damage than other healers in raid. Now, obviously, that's different than Mythic Plus, but I don't know if Blizzard would ever admit it. Maybe they would. I don't know. But at this point in time, Blizzard is more concerned about raid tuning than Mythic Plus tuning, because we are about to experience the race to world first, and if there's something that's a problem with Mythic Plus tuning, that won't really rear its head until later this season, when people start pushing for real. In the first few weeks of the season, people are going to be running lower keys just to spam for crests and gear and shit. But the hold on for a sec. Do I need a 28 freehold for a weekly on any of my characters? What's my Druid's key at the moment? Do I even have a fucking key on this character? Keystone. No, I don't. No, I guess we're doing a 28 freehold. Preservation does insane damage in Mythic Plus. Yeah, and if there's an issue with Mythic Plus, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that tuning till later. And you can have opinions on whether that's fair or not, but I think even the staunchest defenders of Mythic Plus would admit that right now, raid tuning should probably take precedence over Mythic Plus tuning. Nobody's going to really give a fuck about what happens in Mythic Plus over the next month. Nothing that occurs in a dungeon is going to matter. If you get a world first, it will last for about 3 minutes while people get more gear. So people don't have tier yet. People don't have their fucking trinkets yet. Nobody's got the legendary yet, and won't for a while. So even if we acknowledge that preservation is doing too much damage, Blizzard may fully agree, but they may be like, well, they're doing way too much damage in Mythic Plus, but that doesn't convert to raid damage. And we don't want to nerf their damage in raid because they're already not doing good raid damage. So we're leaving that as is for the time being. And then once the race is done, we can probably start to care a bit less about
The Sentinels
raid performance and start taking a look at Mythic Plus performance. So while it doesn't feel good to hear that, if you are a spec that is competing against somebody who has benefited from that balancing philosophy, I think it's the best for the most number of people.
What is it you ask?
Okay. Do I actually want to run? I was showing off this talent build for what we might look like next week, but I don't think I actually want to run this shit in a dungeon at the moment. So let's see here. Do I need a dispel for freehold? Probably take that in freehold. Nope, wrong thing. Wait, where's my... Not using Trank? No, not with trees. All right. Oh yeah, should I use this rune of the Umbermain trinket, do you think? Probably not. It's probably griefing. Actually, I don't even know if it's good damage or not. Oh, wait, what does this speak? Is it afflicted or is it... Yeah, okay, we gotta take this fucking curse to spell. All right, apparently somebody else in the group has a 29 underrot instead that we will be doing. So let's get the fuck out of here. Using cat or owl for damage? Well, for this week, you still want to play owl. Cat form. This is that weird, awkward period where they've announced massive buffs to cat form damage, but those buffs aren't live yet. So everyone's talking and thinking about cat form damage, getting really excited about cat form damage, but it sucks right now. So were these damage buffs for Resto Druid or for Druid specific to Resto? Yes. Well, technically every other spec besides Feral got a buff to their energy regen in cat form, which I guess is sort of technically a buff to everybody's damage in cat form, but Balanced Druid will never be going into cat form, and Guardian Druid probably won't be spending enough time in cat form for that to really matter. I guess maybe, I don't know. If you're raid tanking on Guardian, maybe you spend some time in cat form. But in keys, I don't think really ever do. Let's see. Or do I play the other build just to get kicks on the first boss? Maybe do we fuck around with kicks on first boss build? Wait, no, I still want those. We'll drop you. Where do I come up with one more talent point? Do I need fucking wild charge at all in this key? Actually, for second boss, it's kind of nice. So yeah, still need Dispel. Maybe we can just run 1 point in Thick Hide. Fuck it, what's the worst that happens? Sunfire talent? Fuck no, I'd rather fucking not time the key. Dude, look at the range on this kick. 18 yards. God damn, I can kick the sun. What do I think about the 4-piece tier for Druid? Well, it's a very good tier for Mythic Plus and a pretty forgettable tier for Raid. Oh, we are not getting a whole lot of value out of our Chromatic Essences, are we? Just the old mastery buff, eh? Have they already nerfed Rashocks? They have to have, right? Yeah. Apparently the rune unlock is account wide. Yeah, but you still have to. The shitty part is you still have to pay for it every time. So. Why didn't anyone tell you? Yeah, I feel like you had to be intentionally not reading about this in order to miss that piece of information.
3, 2, 1.
These caves must lead to the legendary Uldir. The Titans constructed this facility after the fall of the Who knows what secrets he has?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that hit harder than I was expecting. Dude, you see me kick that? Holy shit. You never seen a druid do that before, huh? God damn, could I stop being the one soaking this fucking crazy bitch? Okay, we'll be in bear form this time. It'll be all gravy. Yeah, see how easy that is? Just be in bear form. Super good. Come on, cast it. It was on fucking heated. No. Bro, I miss not having a fucking new tier already from PTR. Bro, you cannot fucking put this shit on me 2 times. What the fuck? Calm the fuck down. I'm used to my regrowths. I'm used to my clear-casted regrowths fucking slamming. And they are not fucking slamming. Oh, okay. I guess it's me that's on the other? Okay. Fuck, did I just miss another motherfucker, dude? I am not doing this well. Oh my god, he has 3 fucking... don't put that on me, fucker. I gotta fucking heal. Shit. Did I miss another fucking kick? Okay, that was not me that time. I know that. Fucking shit. Now we're all on CD. Piss. 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 Just fucking... I just interrupted my fucking convoke to kick that. I hope one day to be able to forgive myself. Yo. Which one's got me fixated? Shit. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Why is my afflicted soul weak or just bugged to fuck, by the way? God damn it. Dude, these swarmers are like a different thing when you're a resto druid. Has cat damage? It's not... They haven't put the buff in yet, so it's the same. Okay, that was pointed at me. Who are we still in combat with? I don't understand. Bro, dude, what are we doing here? Like, we wiped, and now they're like, let's go 28, and I'm like, the whole fucking point is to get a fucking key next week. No, we're not fucking leaving going fucking 28. Dude, fucking key pushers, man. It's they're like, no, it was fun. We can time it on a 28. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. It's the same fucking key next week. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh, why do I got this maggot on me? Oh. Fuck. What the fuck? Did I already fucking stampeding roar? Or stampede, Jesus, and cap roar? Bro, step on the fuck. What the fuck? Bro, why the fuck are my weak ores not? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Bro, like, what? Did I replace all of my fucking weak ores? Dude. Oh my god. I didn't realize when I fucking brought that new weak aura pack in, it replaced all of my other fucking weak auras. Ringing phone is wild. Yeah, that's the whole point. It's the whole point of it is that it's an afflicted mob is out. So I don't ever want that to be a noise that's easy to fucking not hear.
I have many wares.
Bro, I think I got like sold a bill of goods here because I was under the impression we were doing this key just to get keys for next week, and then we die, like we wipe, and now they're like, go 28, and I'm like, why the fuck would we go 28? And they're like, well, we already have keys for next week. We're doing this shit for fun. And I'm like, cool. I do not have a key for next week, and I was told we were doing this key for keys for next week. So I don't give a fuck if this takes us like an hour to do. There's absolutely no reason to go 28. All right, apparently I actually need to watch the boss's fucking energy. It's crazy to me that did I not have I swore I had it enabled on bigwigs. It must have just, I think the weak aura called out when the thing was going to happen, and I must have like disabled the warning on bigwigs that. Okay, boss is 62 energy. 68, 73. Okay, boss is 75 energy. Nope, he baited me with that charge. I forgot about that. Shit. Should be emptying more of my trees on each one of those charges. No reason to keep them. Fuck, I forgot I can't dispel. Fuck, dude. Alright, let's do... Click, motherfucker. Okay. Why am I still in fucking combat? How am I still in combat? Oh, I look invisible as fuck, right? Hello? Oh, I don't know what that's set to fucking...
Ah, what manner of beast is this?
Fuck.
Five, four, three, two, one.
God damn it, we lost it now? After my Heart of the Wild is over? I even waited a few seconds on pull because I was like, okay, lust is up. Maybe we'll lust. And then it was like, no lust. And I was like, all right, fuck it. I guess we're saving it for the last boss.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Corruption blooms.
Oh, Jesus, dude. The fuck? That was a lot of damage. I guess I meant to... I think I meant to fucking barkskin there and forgot. God damn, these bosses really do have a lot of HP on fucking Tyrannical.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three.
It might be connected to Uldir. Let's hurry and find out.
Shit, man. I don't know if we meant to do that pull, but fuck me. Having two of those guys desynced in like different spots, like coming from different angles. Not a pull I'm especially fond of just inventing.
Planetary infection imminent.
Oh fuck, they had two afflicted go off. Okay. Yep, that guy got pulled. What the? Oh, I have aggro. Okay. Me. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? Just one shot. Oh. Oh, fuck yeah. Whoop, 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 whoop. What? Bro! How am I still in aggro after I release? How do I still have aggro after I release? How do I still have aggro after I release? How do I still have aggro after I release? How do I still have aggro after I fucking release?
Many deals for a friend of the Rumbles. Like you.
Damn, we just didn't end up killing this guy? Fuck me. Dude, that was a long-range kick, eh? What's the phone sound? It is every time one of the afflicted spawn. So that way I can never fucking not notice it. Oh, actually it's also, sorry, it's also, it's actually two things. It's afflicted spawning, and it's when the tentacles spawn. Yeah, the ringing phone noise is whenever there's a thing, whenever there's a mechanic that is absolutely motherfucking critical that I do not... It's actually two different phones. I just realized it's two different ringing phones. There's a and then a... I sound like a call center in here. Holy fuck. Fuck me, dude. I actually didn't notice that, but yeah, it is two different ringing phone noises.
Virulent specimen detected. Containment priority 1.
Come watch next week when the sound doesn't happen? Well, this is probably the last dungeon we're doing today, so... Holy fuck, that hurt. Jesus Christ, why does that hurt so much? Bro, I feel like I'm going fucking Like, what is going on here? Click a fucking mana pod here.
Sanitize. Contagion detected. Sanitize.
I'm actually gonna go fucking What a dungeon to not take fucking, what's it called? Innervate.
Cleansing area. Cleansing area. Cleansing area.
OJ.
Cleansing area. Contagion detected. Sanitize.
Holy fuck. Oh. Jesus Christ. That was way more of a fucking mana challenge than it should have been.
I'll see what I can do from inside Uldir to stop this corruption.
All right. I think what happened there is that key was billed to me as a
Any lucky doos you like?
weekly no lever, but I don't think Jay or the tank
May your feet find
thought it was a weekly no lever. I think they're just trying to do keys for fun. And so I think there was some angst in that group because we were all there for different reasons. All right, so where were we? We were in the middle of rep grinding some shit. I'll go back and get the Dark Moon Fair buff again. Do I think the single target Resto Druid damage buffs are solid? They are way too solid. What's more solid than solid? What's the next phase of matter? There has to be some kind of hyper solid. What up, Pod? Was it fun key though? Yeah. Thank you for giving us your underrut. That was kind of a shit show because some of my weak ores were just gone. I didn't even realize it. My dungeon pack updated to season 3, and I thought it was just going to like add new weak ores, but I guess it also removed the old weak ores at the same time, and so a lot of shit I was expecting to announce to me was not announcing. Does it make the meta and the healer to bring? If those buffs go live the way they were listed, Resto Druid will be very meta. Am I using the weak ore mirrors posted? No. But I actually probably do need to pick that one up. I am using a weak ore, or I'm using a timers on nameplates add-on, or a weak ore, but I have not updated it to season 3. But that's separate from my weak ore pack that does like announcements. Unless Mirrors made one of those too, but the one I was aware of from him was the one with the timers on nameplates. Who's timing keys this week? Yeah, I thought it was a little weird when they were like, go 28. And I was like, what do you mean fucking go 28? Like, we're all here to get a weekly no lever, right? And they're like, no, we want to do keys for fun. I'm like, who the fuck's doing keys for fun this week of all the weeks to do keys for fun? Like, not only is this like the worst fucking affixes that you could ever, I mean, look at these fucking, these are the least fun affixes of all time. Tyrannical, afflicted, bolstering. Like, like, that's not fun. Those are not fun. Like, that's not fun. And then, what's even the point of doing the keys this week? Like, I mean, I guess if you're really just out of shit to do, but why did I come here, by the way? I meant to go get a Dark Moon Fair buff, and I said it out loud. I'm going to go get a Dark Moon Fair buff, and then I started running towards the portal, and then I started talking about something else, and then I forgot why I was standing there, and I was like, I must have been on my way to go back to Emerald Dream, and then I went to the Emerald Dream. Very cool. This is actually not how I'm going to get back. We're going to use a Hearthstone like we did last time. Okay. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick before we get back into this. I will be right back. Okay. What went wrong in that run? We just weren't on Discord together. We need to get stops. What webcam? It is this. Heard Resto is insane. We'll see. I actually don't think the buffs. I don't think the buffs will go live like that. I think they'll scale those back, or it'll get the Holy Paladin 10.15 treatment where it goes live like that for like 1 week, and then they're like, "Oh shit." Dooming already? It's not really dooming. It's just like weaning off the hopium. Dude, every time I stop paying attention to what the fuck I'm doing, I actively try to sabotage my plans. I'm out here to get a Dark Moon Fair buff, and I keep trying to run away from the Dark Moon Fair. Every fucking time I stop thinking about the Dark Moon Fair for more than 20 seconds, I start running back to Valdrakken. Other than getting Augment, is there a reason to do Renown? You do get a crafting token when you hit 20. This Enchanted Worm Streaming Crest. And that, for anyone that's not familiar with how the crafting currencies work this tier, there's a vendor that in order to craft a piece, you have to put in the enchanted crest, and you have to buy that off a vendor for a certain amount of crests. So I know I was crafting some whelpling gear yesterday where I had to convert 30 whelpling crests into that enchanted whelpling thing. So functionally what that piece does, this token, it's the equivalent of turning a bunch of worm crests in, which is like the heroic token. It's the equivalent of turning in a bunch of heroic tokens that will more or less be like like over the seasonal cap. It is like the upshot of that is it's basically like giving you extra heroic crests above the season cap by earning that for the purpose of crafting. It's useless in Sparks Limited. Not useless, just I mean, first off, that's comes with the assumption that you will be killing heroic Farak. Now, maybe you do that. Maybe you don't. It can still be useful. Can do. Oh, is that the one that you can earn? Oh, if you can do, yeah, maybe if you can earn the Keystone Master title quickly as well. But I mean, there's still some. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, did I Hearthstone out of the dungeon? Fuck. You can buy Dark Moon top hats and stacks. Yeah. I just don't want to. I'm not going to be spending that much time doing shit that requires me to earn rep. You actually don't need to have the Dark Moon hat very often when you go out here. You just need to do it when you like turn in tokens. Because you don't actually earn rep from running around in Emerald Dream that much. And the troll part of it is, if you are not a human and you have a Dark Moon Fair buff, you don't even get extra rep from doing seeds. It's not enough. The amount of rep you get is small enough per seed that you actually don't even tick up to the next point of rep. I still just get like 5 or 10 rep from doing those seeds. Unless it's the first 5, yeah. Unless it's one of the ones with the big weekly buff. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Heading over here. I am flying in the wrong direction.
Answer the call of the wild.
Are there any talent changes I want to make before I go do the rest of this shit? I don't think so, not really, no. Alright. What are we doing over here? Ah, yes, these things, okay. Figure out what embellishments are doing for the character yet? No, I mean, I think if when I looked last time, it seemed like basically every one of the healers, like, first craft was Lariat. I think. And then second craft, I have no idea now. I don't think it matters very much. Probably, my suspicion is the advice for what your second craft will be is just, like, make sure that it's something that's on a slot you actually need. Like, I think it'll be... Oh, yeah, I guess maybe it could be weapon. But, well, no. So, there's a difference between what... Sorry, I get fucked up in this conversation sometimes. There's a difference between what your first embellishment is and what your first craft is. Because those can be different things. But yeah, I would say your first craft as a weapon might not be bad. As for embellishments, I think it would probably be neck, and then I always get baited by this one. This is the one that's underneath. Neck, and then I think maybe maybe like slimy boots, but that wouldn't be for raid. That'd be for keys. Maybe like the verse buff one or something. Is it Lariat time this season again? Yeah, I mean, after they nerfed the boots, the different boots damage, I think Slimy still does good damage, but it's not, I don't think it's like oppressively good damage like it used to be. It still may be, you still may do Slimy and Toxic Patch if all you're interested in is DPS. Did they nerf the foot wraps? Yeah. Is the nerf to cloak that bad? I think virtually every guide writer has removed it as one of your embellishments to craft. And usually not in a, oh man, they made it a bit worse than the other embellishments. It seemed like every guide writer was like, this thing's fucking dog shit now. Which, in fairness, is probably where it should have been the whole time. The value defensively of that fucking absorb was... It was... Like, it should have been telling. In order to get players to use... In order for players to choose to use a defensive item over an offensive item, when those two are, like... It's one thing when you have a choice between two defensive items, but when you can make a decision between a slot, and that slot can either boost your damage or make you tankier, the amount better that the tanky item needs to be over the DPS item is usually, has to be insane in order for players to pick DPS, or in order for players to pick the tank option. Because... who the fuck doesn't like doing damage? So the fact that most players were picking the Spore Cloak over anything else was like, that's probably too fucking good. That is probably too good of an option when you have this many people saying like, yep, I need to be playing that cloak. That probably too strong. Ty, thank you for the resub, babe. 4 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J. Babes. Maxed out your Drake crest, but I thought they start to downgrade to Whelplings. I actually thought they did too. I didn't think your gear needed to be fully upgraded for that. I thought the fully upgraded thing was if you wanted to trade them upwards. Do I think Outlaw is going to be meta? Maybe. I mean, it's definitely very good. It maybe doesn't fit quite as well in some comps as some other classes do. It's like the biggest, to me, the biggest red flag on Outlaw is that it brings no group buff, and it does not get buffed by Chaos Brand, which this expansion has been a big deal. That's been kind of the sexy damage buff. Mystic Touch has not usually been a very big deal. So Outlaw's going to have to be doing some big work in order for... Because it's probably not going to fit super well into comps with the way the meta looks right now. So it's going to have to just like brute force its way in with damage. Well, target cap too? Yeah, and you notice the Outlaw's damage profile when you go into the big pulls. If you've got like a Havoc or a Boomkin in your group and you go do a big pull. Hell, I think we were doing, if I remember right, we were doing BRH one of these last PTR cycles, and we did the hallway pull after second boss, and I think the Outlaw was losing to the fucking tank. Like, when you get a sufficient number of targets in there, anybody that scales with target size, like, starts doing more damage than the rogue.
Hello. Farewell. Del Nadris. Good luck, friend.
Andy mentioned he spoke to Ian at BlizzCon. Ian said they were looking at reducing the impact of raid buffs in Mythic Plus. That's interesting. I had never really considered like an asymmetrical approach like that, where you would, I mean, very literally, we refer to them as raid buffs. And if you actually took the approach of like, well, we'll make them important for raid, but not for keys, that would be interesting. Pike, thank you for the resub, babe. 3 months, appreciate it. Congratulations on your new blue Ultra Babe sub icon, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J. Babes.
The red dragonflight will protect this one.
Bring back Scrolls. I mean, Scrolls still had some of the same issues. It was just smaller. Like, you still had an advantage for having the real buff. It was just less of one. Which isn't really any different than, like, saying bring back Scrolls is really no different than saying, like, make raid buffs only give you 2.5% of a thing instead of 5% of a thing. Because that's the functional equivalent. Alice, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J. Babes. Thoughts on doing rank 1 titles by spec? I think if you're going to do something like that, it shouldn't be that you do rank 1 titles by spec. I still think rank 1 titles should be spec independent. But if you want to do a different title for top players of their spec, because at the end of the day, the people doing high keys are re-rolling. They're all re-rolling to the same specs. So at some level, if you're like the highest of your dog shit spec that nobody brings to a key, it's like, congratulations. You're number 1 on a spec that 5 people play in Mythic Plus. But if they wanted to make a different title for that person, I think I'd be okay with that. There is, I think, something to be said for somebody sticking on their class and being the best at it in Mythic Plus. I don't think that should be as prestigious of a title as the people who get the top Mythic Plus score, but I wouldn't mind doing something extra for people that doggedly play their spec no matter what. Bro, I didn't loot the fucking guys. God damn it. I forgot this was this quest.
Even denizens of the dream sometimes have trouble sleeping.
Prefer rewarding class identity, but we don't reward that in raid. Not to say that that's the end all be all, but we don't. That's not the way it works in PvP. That's not the way it works in raid. You don't get titles based on your spec or class or anything like that. You just get titles for being the best. And if we want to, like I said, if you want to do something for those folks, sure. But on solo shuffle, you get spec based rank 1. Yeah, I feel like solo shuffle is a little different in that respect because you're forced to play with everybody. You don't get to pick who your teammates are. You're just forced to play with them. So I think it's a bit of a different. If they ever do like a solo shuffle Mythic Plus, I wouldn't probably have a problem with them rewarding it based on spec.
Many wares. May your feet
Imagine the specs, class specific stuff will get smurfed by people already pushing really high keys. Sure, but like maybe that's what needs to happen. Like if somebody's like, oh, well, I think I should get a title for being the top resto druid in the world, and it's like, does anybody else play that spec? Well, no. Okay. Are you going to be happy if other people roll a resto druid just to take the title from you because you're not actually that good of a resto druid? You're only really high rated among resto druids because nobody plays it? Well, no. I probably wouldn't have an issue with that either because it'd be funny. If somebody's like, oh, I think I should get a fucking title for being the highest ranked Mistweaver in the world. Okay, well, if they're handing out titles, other people are going to play Mistweaver now because they want the title. And, oh, look at that. You're no longer the highest ranked Mistweaver when other people decide they actually want to play the fucking spec. Interesting how that works. Dig it, Meg? I just tried to think of the least popular healer that I could. And surprise, surprise.
Keep your distance, Maylander.
We landed on Seafoam Green. So damage buff to resto plus guardian nerfs? Wait, guardian nerfs? I think they got buffed. Unless you just mean like nerfs from where they're at right now. But I don't think guardian is our competition for this season. It's balanced druid. But if the resto buffs go live as shown this week, like if that version of those buffs goes live, yes, resto druid will be meta. And it will also be first in line for getting nerfed. Spec-based rank 1 title just means god comps -1 class. And if that's how it turns out, then fine. I mean, whatever. Do I still have kick talented right now? Oh, well, I guess I'll need to find out.
My long slumber has ended.
Alright. You would love if Mythic plus gearing worked like PvP? Yeah, but Blizzard very specifically doesn't want that. They want to tie Mythic plus to rating. Because here's how the conversation essentially goes. Or at least how they expect it to go for you internally. Which is you're like, I fucking hate raiding for Mythic Plus. And they're like, okay, noted. When we make you raid to do Mythic Plus, do you raid? Well, yeah. Okay. Then we don't give a shit.
The enemy encroaches upon Kansu's grove. Halt their advance.
Where am I going?
Another foothold.
Like, all that Blizzard wants to, like, their entire goal is to make you play this game more. Or I shouldn't even say to make you play this game more. The goal for Blizzard is to make you keep your sub active all the time. Ideally, you would buy stuff from the shop. But whenever you're trying to figure out why Blizzard's doing something the way they're doing it, the ultimate goal of any one of their fuck, what was this? Yeah. Damn it. I never remember what the fucking answer is to this one. Wait, there we go. The ultimate goal is always that they want you to spend money. So usually that's through, well, buying an expansion. They don't probably have to try very hard to get you to do that. Keeping your sub active, that one's trickier. Getting you to buy shit from the store, that's the stretch goal. That's the one that they can't push too hard on, but if it happens, great. So then the question is, all right, well, what gets people to continue subbing to the game? And that is where I suspect that what players say and what players do deviates substantially. Where when someone's like, I fucking hate this thing, I don't want to raid, blah, blah, blah. It's like, fine. But will you raid if we make you raid to do Mythic Plus? Well, yeah. Okay. Then I don't care if you don't like it. If you'll do something, like what you're willing to do versus what you prefer to do are two very different things. And if you're willing to raid to do Mythic Plus, then my guess is that their metrics say if you raid and do Mythic Plus, your retention rate jumps substantially. You are more likely to continue your sub if you do both than if you do either of them independently. And so they're going to be like, yeah, you want to raid? You got to do Mythic Plus. You want to do Mythic Plus? You got to raid. Because our data shows that you'll stick around and keep playing the game if you do both. Which is, curiously, I wouldn't be surprised if their data showed after Season 1 of Shadowlands that people would not, when they made people do PvP to raid, I sort of wonder if their data showed people actually did just start fucking off from the game. I wonder if their data was like, oh yeah, dude, when we make people PvP, they just quit. That's a bridge too far for them. They just fuck off. Because I was actually kind of surprised they walked that one back. I sort of figured that we were just in for always having to PvP, or at least being rewarded for PvPing. Other way around too, yeah, and same deal. If PvPers have to raid, they probably feel the same way. So, but yeah, I think dungeons and raids are close enough in playstyle that players will do both if required to. They'll complain about it, but they'll do it. I think PvE and PvP are separate enough games that they would rather quit than be forced to do those. Or at the very least, they just won't do them. And they'll just sit around and bitch or something. But, yeah, I think it's just one of those deals where Blizzard doesn't especially care whether or not you like doing it. If you do it, then their data probably shows you stick around longer, and that's all that matters to them. Is it going to make you keep your sub active? Yeah, then we're going to make you do it. You canceled your sub, and that's ultimately what it'll take. If people don't want to do a thing, really the only true way to make your voice heard by Blizzard is cancel your sub, and they'll listen to that shit.
Things are not what they seem.
Is it worth the renown grind for Mythic Plus? No. No, there's a lot of things that will matter a lot more than whether or not you have a rune for Mythic Plus, an infinite rune. I mean, worst case scenario, you can always just keep buying runes, which will probably be cheaper now because people are going to buy the infinite rune. So there's going to be less demand for the remaining runes. So it may even end up being more economical than people think to just buy them off the auction house if you care. Stopped rating because you hate Mythic Plus, but you're back and doing both now? Yeah, and I mean, it'd be one thing if they required you to do, you know, like fucking 40 dungeons a week or something, but I think most people feel like they probably need to do 1 or maybe 4. At the earliest part of the season, maybe you feel like you need to do all 8. But at a certain point, it just becomes a maintenance thing, you know, like I got to do a few dungeons a week for my vault, and then after that, I don't have to care. And especially when they lowered it, it was one thing when they were making you do 20s, because those were legitimately painful for a large segment of the population. Getting a 20 done was not like free. But now that you can ultimately upgrade your gear from a, if you do, as long as you do a 16, where the fuck am I trying to go, by the way? Now that you can upgrade your gear from a 16, I feel like people are just a lot more chill about it, because it's like, it's a fucking 16, like, whatever. As long as I pay attention and I'm a little selective about who I play with, we'll time it, it's fine. It's 18 now? Oh. Alright, well, a little more painful. 16 was kind of free. What's the ultimate purpose of playing this game if it's not addiction? You can consume an MMO in a very, like, responsible, reasonable way. There's just a lot of people that don't. But there's absolutely nothing about an MMO that requires you to play it in an addictive way. Where was the one bag that... Yeah. And what Dragonflight showed was that a lot of people are more than happy to play an MMO that way. But it gets scary if you're used to the style of content like Shadowlands, where there's always something to do, always something to grind. Then Dragonflight seems a little scary, because when there's not something to do or grind all the time, the alternative is you just go do something else. And I think a lot of people confuse that with disinterest in the game, but it's not disinterest in the game necessarily. It's just, I don't want to play the game literally 24/7. And if you don't want to play the game 24/7, that means you go fuck off and do other things. And so people are like, where the fuck is everybody that was doing Mythic Plus, you know, last season? Why is nobody around? And it's like, that's what it looks like when players have choices. When you have the option to do something besides play World of Warcraft, you go do something besides play World of Warcraft. And that's a good thing. Nobody should be bemoaning that. When there were all those, like, doomer fucking YouTube videos about why is everybody quitting Dragonflight, it's like, I mean, unless you have the sub numbers, which you don't, I know you don't, unless you have the sub numbers on hand, you have no idea whether or not these people actually quit or whether they're just not logging in. And from Blizzard's perspective, as long as people are still paying their sub, they don't especially give a fuck whether they're logging in or not. Now, obviously, it's not great long term if players just never log in. Even if everybody maintained their sub, if none of them were logging in, you'd probably start to get a little concerned if you're a Blizzard, like, why the fuck is nobody logging in? But if we're on the back half of a season and people are choosing to do something besides play World of Warcraft, that's very normal behavior. You should, like, realistically, unless you love pushing keys or something, you should not be logging in and playing World of Warcraft all day, every day on, like, week 20 of a tier. That's sussy behavior. And the fact that people were doing that in previous expansions was like a red flag. Because, again, unless you're a degenerate like me, who just, you know, like their fucking livelihood depends on the game, or for whatever reason you manage to enjoy running Mythic Plus 100 times a week, no reason to play that much. So yeah, I think people have taken the wrong, like, sort of impressions from Dragonflight in that respect. All right, let's go loot some seeds, I think. Can I get to that one? 4 seconds. Probably not. Oh, wait, no, I need to go do other quests. Whoops, what am I thinking? Do I think Aug will stay meta in groups even after the nerfs? I'm not sure. I've heard varying opinions about that.
The skies are my domain, mortal. You've been frightfully predictable.
It's still best DPS. But, okay, so here's where I think the distinction lies. I think those nerfs were more impactful on Mythic Plus than they were in Raid, if I understand them correctly. I believe the Raid nerfs were much more significant, or the Mythic Plus nerfs were more significant than the Raid nerfs. And I'm guessing if Preheat put out a video, it was probably Raid-oriented. But maybe it was both, I don't know. And also, I saw somebody mentioning in one of the Discords that I think Aug tier gets better. Like, their set bonus is, like, better this tier than it was last year, so they'll be, like, naturally gaining a bit more power or something to that effect. Relative to, like, right now. What's the max eye level for season 3? 7, Jesus. 489. Except for, like, my guess is the legendary maybe goes higher. I don't know. But the highest gear you can get from Raid, the, like, last boss Raid loot is 489. Or 490, sorry, 489 for, yeah, the normal shit, and I guess 495 for the very rare stuff. Oh, oh, like what key level is gonna? Oh, I have no fucking idea what the max key level is gonna be.
My winged children fill the sky. They are my eyes, my breath, my life.
Oh, is this your dream or mine? Are you supposed to be here? Getting lost is the best way to find things.
Oh yeah, I need to go get my new forms. I forgot about that shit. Fuck. Why did I just touch this plant? The fuck, I thought it was this plant. What up, Serge? Dude, did you get sick from BlizzCon? Because Sean is sick as fuck right now. I feel amazing. I could run a marathon, but Sean is fucking dying. Why did I just attack a dude that has 1 million health? This guy baited me. BlizzCon play goes, well, she actually got full-blown fucking COVID. She came back feeling like shit, and then she tested herself, and it was straight up COVID. So I've been trying to be I'm doing that awkward dance now where I'm trying to be available but not near her. Shit, like we're shouting through the door, like, "Hey, do you need anything?" First time for her? No, but I think this one's been especially bad. We came back from BlizzCon Sunday, and then she had a work thing where she had to turn back around. So we got in, since it was from West Coast to East Coast, we got in here at like midnight. Like, it was late as shit when we got back. Got in at like midnight. She passed out. I had to wake up at like 5 o'clock, maybe even earlier the next morning, to pack, and she saw the kids off to school, and then she turned around and jumped on a flight to Austin. And then she did the thing in Austin for a day, and then she had a fucking 6 o'clock flight Tuesday morning. So she got shit sleep Monday night, and then she flew back, got back here sometime Tuesday afternoon. And by the time she got back here, she was already feeling kind of sick, but it was one of those things where it's like, you know, I think I'm coming down with something, but it might also just be that, like, I've just spent, you know, basically both of the last 2 days traveling. And so she came back, felt like shit, went to bed, figured she might sleep it off, got up the next morning. I was like, "Hey, how you feeling?" And she was like, I'm fucking dead." And I was like, "Okay, well, that's not good." And I think I got a little bit lucky on that regard, because the first night she was back, we actually like slept in the same bed, because I was like, you know, whatever the fuck, like, if she caught something, I probably caught it anyway. So, but then the next day I was still feeling fine, and she was clearly going through it. And then she tested herself that night, and then she had COVID. So I was like, okay, well, here's the thing. I'm probably going to sleep in the guest bedroom for a bit. But after the first night, she woke up, and I was like, okay, so we're feeling better? And she's like, no, I feel even fucking worse today. And I was like, yeah, I especially need you to not breathe near me. Whatever the fuck that is, I need to not catch that.
I have many lucky do's you like. Many farewells.
Did everyone get COVID at BlizzCon? No, I mean, like, I've heard plenty of people that did, but also plenty of people that didn't. So, but it is weird, because Sean and I spent virtually the entire time together. So I don't know exactly how I managed to avoid it and she managed to catch it. Did a lot of people mask at BlizzCon? No. No, not really. You would have stood out, I think, if you were masked. Not to say that, I mean, I know there were at least a few people there, but it was definitely not like a normal thing. Calamaz is also really sick. Dude, I remember when COVID first hit, Sean and I were at Race World first. It was like because it was, I think it was Nyalotha, which I think that was like February or January or something. And it was when the very first news of COVID was coming out. And both our parents, both her mom and my mom, were texting us being like, you know, we heard about this thing in China. It's like, sounds dangerous. And we were like, bro, there's always something. There's always some weird disease coming out of some part of the world. Like, who gives a shit? Because they were like, we think maybe you should come home. And we're like, there's no fucking chance we're coming home. Like, it's the middle of the race world first. No fucking shot we're coming home. But like, as this news was starting to spread about this this disease in China, the event, like, everybody at the event started getting sick. And unfortunately, with the way that event is set up, it was like the perfect super spreader event, because everybody's in the same area together. We were getting catering, it was like buffet style. Like the caterers just brought in big trays of stuff, and you would all eat from the same. Like it was just, you know, you get a dish and you'd scoop into it, and so everybody's like hovering over the same food and is sitting around each other all day, and we're in like a fairly closed off space. And even the casters, you know, sitting next to another person on the couch talking nonstop to each other. So like one person got sick, and then another person, because the way those events are set up, there's really not, it would be very difficult for a person to take sick days and not more or less like wreck the production. So you felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility about like, I can't, you know, a lot of people would have, because before, I mean, obviously attitudes have changed about this in the wake of COVID, but we were still very much in that era of like, if you're sick, you tough it out, you go to work. It was not the era of like, be respectful of your coworkers and don't get them sick. It was more like, if you're sick and you don't, unless you are like shitting your pants or vomiting, if your nose is sniffling, or you got a little cough, like suck it up, bud. Get the fuck in here. Like these shifts aren't going to cover themselves. So, you know, you better not, like if you don't show up to work today, it better be because you are actually like disabled right now. You better not be able to get out of bed. And so as the event went on, it was like one person would get a little sick, and then somebody else would catch it, and then they get a little sick, and it just kept bouncing between people. And I remember I ended up getting sick about halfway through it, and I didn't feel terrible. It was like a head cold mostly. The problem was I was coughing, and this was right as the news of COVID was breaking. Not about the severity of it, but like just in the general public awareness of what COVID was like starting to make news channels and shit. And I knew that if I sat down on the broadcast and coughed even one fucking time during the Race to World First broadcast, the entire chat will be like, fucking, you know, COVID, oh my God, he's got the Rona, everybody look out. And so I had the most miserable casting experience of my life for a couple days, because every time I would try to cough, I would have to like suppress it. So I would start to feel like it, like it would start to work its way up, and I could feel my chest start to like do the like, you know, well, whatever the fuck muscles in there are trying to make you cough. I could feel them start to tense, and you have to like catch yourself each time, be like, and you never knew exactly when you were going to cough. It was always like reflexive. It was always like you're just hanging out, chilling, blah, 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 and all of a sudden you'd have like that spasm where you get ready to cough, and you just have to catch it every time. And be like, and like being on guard for a 4-hour fucking broadcast to try to catch every one of those coughs was so tedious. It was like torture, just sitting there trying to make sure that every time your body tried to cough, you like stopped it, and knowing if you slipped up even one fucking time, you weren't going to hear the end of it on stream. And I also remember the extent to which, dude, we also had a press, well, not press appearance, it was like a public appearance thing at a local bar. They wanted to have the world first like cast come out, the casters come out and do like a little appearance at this bar. So they shoved a bunch of us into a van, and we drove out to I think it was in Cologne, and there was this bar there that they wanted us all to come out to, because everybody at the bar was like, "Why?" They had the Race World First on all the TVs. It was actually like cool. It was a cool event, but I felt like shit. But they were like, "No, you got to come out," and I was like, "Fuck it, whatever." So we all crowd into this van, and my nose is like a faucet at this point. I'm just like, my nose is like just constantly, I'm blowing my nose, and I remember feeling so bad because Rich Campbell was on the broadcast with us. And I remember he was sitting next to me, and Rich had been a caster for quite a while at that point, and he kind of knew what the fucking score was when it came to illness. And so he was like trying to be sort of polite about it, but also sort of like, bro, could you not like fucking get me sick as well? So I feel like shit because I'm like sitting right next to him, and I'm well aware that I just look like shit, sound like shit, and I'm just trying not to like sneeze or cough or do anything. And so every time I had to sneeze or cough, I had this like big coat on, and I'd like try to bury my fucking face in it and muffle it. And I do remember him kind of kidding but not kidding, being like, bro, you okay? You sure you should be coming along to this thing? Ha 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 ha. Maybe fucking stay home. Ha ha ha. All right. So let's see. Do I have still my buff still? Yeah, okay. So let's go do some seeds. But yeah, that was a rough event. Also made me rethink a lot of things about like going to events like that, and it probably made the Race World first rethink a lot of that shit too. Yeah, I think it was I want to say it was like maybe Deep Shades or Narcoles or maybe both got sick. Like were one of the first ones to get sick, and I remember the way they tried to deal with that was because normally they had a computer setup that was kind of like a horseshoe with setups around the room, and they dragged those guys off the side and set up like a separate desk from them that looked like they were in like timeout. Like they had to sit off away from everybody else, like facing the wall. And that was how we were attempting to navigate through this illness. But I felt bad for them because I was like, it's Race World first. You're supposed to be like playing with your boys, and instead you feel like you drew on the wall or something. And now you're just like by yourself in the corner. Playing Druid this season? We'll see. I mean, I'm definitely going to be playing it. I don't know if I'll be maining it. Although this most recent buff definitely made that decision more interesting. Maining it when I see the fat ripticks? Yeah, so that's really what I'm a bit disappointed they have not put this most recent patch on PTR yet, because I would really like to see with my own eyes some of these numbers. I've seen the sims on the Druid Discord, and I have no reason to doubt them, but it's one thing to see a sim and another thing to actually look at your damage meter. And I would like to see it on my damage meter before we go whole hog on this. If not Druid, what else is my top pick? Probably Disc Priest. Oh, I forgot I need to plant the seeds in these things too for this quest. F. How's the UI looking that clean? Thank you. Some people in here say rude shit about my UI because they're ignorant. Reckon there'll be another passive fixes on the healers? Tough to say. I really thought they were done making adjustments at this point. I was surprised we got any tuning this late this week, because we're sort of at the point now where everyone should be locking in their mains. And this is a very, very last minute tuning, especially because we don't have a heroic week anymore. Basically, this is heroic week. So in the past, if there had been changes during Heroic Week, you know, on the Friday night of Heroic Week, people have been like, what the fuck? You guys are making me a little nervous. Do I know of the talent Penitence? Yeah. Am I a fan of it? It's okay. I probably won't want to run it in keys, but... Any interest in casting Race World first for Liquid or Echo? Yeah, I mean, I took a break from it for a while. Really, the last tier that I got asked was Sepulchre. And Echo asked me to come out and cast, and the issue was that tier was the tier where the guilds had sort of identified that was the tier where we were going to get double legendaries, and the guilds had sort of identified that it was likely to be a tier that ran long because there was a decent chance that the bosses had been tuned to be killed with double legendaries, and that it would just be straight up mathematically impossible to kill these bosses before then. And so the legendaries didn't unlock for 2 weeks. And so Echo was like, look, we'd like you to cast, but if you're going to come out and cast, you have to commit to being here at least until like the week the second legendaries unlock, because we think that'll be a strong likelihood. And so I was like, okay, well, let me talk about it with my wife. And Shauna was like, you know, I hate to put you in this situation, but like being gone for 2 to 3 weeks, because at that point I was still doing MDI. So it was like, you're gonna be gone for 2 or 3 weeks, then MDI probably gonna come out within the next month, then you're gonna be fucked off to the basement for like a month. And she's like, it's a lot, like it's a lot of absence. And I was like, you're right. And so I was like, we'll take a tier off and we'll see how that feels. And at the time I was like, yeah, it's fine. And then COVID hit. COVID had hit up to that point, which is why I hadn't had to really make that decision previous to that. That's why that discussion hadn't happened before then. But that was the first race back where people actually did in-person productions. And then the next tier was Vault, and then people didn't really ask anymore. Nobody was calling me up to cast at that point. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe I'm just done casting Race World first. Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's a chapter that we closed. But after taking a tier off, I was like, I kind of miss it. And now that it seems like Blizzard is pretty... They seem like they don't want to have another Sepulchre again. It seems like they're trying pretty hard to make sure that races end within 10 days each time. If I can feel relatively certain that my casting commitment would never extend beyond like the second like Thursday of the raid, it's a lot easier to make that commitment. And so I would be, I think, more open to casting going forward. And if there was an opportunity, I'd like to do it. But I also recognize a lot of those rosters start, you get the same people back every time, and at a certain point it's like you almost have to have somebody quit in order for a spot to open up. So I'm not going to pretend like anybody owes me a spot on the desk or anything. It's weird how Tuttles wasn't asked back. Well, I don't know. Maybe he was. Maybe he just had other commitments. I don't know. I bumped into him at BlizzCon and I didn't ask. Like it was notable that Dratnos was on the broadcast and Tuttles wasn't. But it's you know, it's kind of one of those things where if, like if he wants to offer up some information about it, then you know, all ears. But I'm also not going to pry. So. I don't know what the don't know what the pitch is there. What up, Stez? You got your Dottie? Enjoy. Was shocked that Nagura went back to EU to cast. Well, you have to remember she was part of their org for a while, and I believe that relationship ended recently. And so that may have just been that she was like, I don't know, she may have been contractually obligated to cast for Liquid for the last few tiers. Because I'll be honest, it does kind of, like, it's cool to go cast on a different continent a few times. But if it's not your job, especially doing race warfare, the problem is, like, especially for someone like Nagura, where you're trying to raid and do the casting. If you're in a different time zone and you're trying to raid, it starts to get awkward as fuck. Like, your time zones get flipped all around, and you're already kind of jet lagged, and so. It would be much more convenient if you could commit to always being in, like, your home region. But yeah, you know, you don't want to speculate needlessly, but it definitely did leave an impression that, you know, Dratnos starts a new podcast, and then they cast separately, which I think like maybe the first time that's ever happened, that they've not been on the same cast together. So. The two of them have been a unit for long enough now that if they don't do stuff together, it makes headlines.
My goods are of the highest quality. Be careful.
All right, what kind of belt is this? Does it have a socket? No? Then it's fucking dead to me. Ugh, and it's fucking crit mastery. Talos wasn't on the last tier either? Well, maybe, now that you say that, maybe I remember that.
Answer the call of the wild. Heal and grow.
Gotta customize that boomkin? Yeah, I actually meant to do that. Meant to do that today, and then I never got around to it. We could actually go do that probably now. How many crests do I have? 40? Okay. 68. Alright, let's head back to the spot. What add-on tracks the It says the update track. It is the Tamas. Hang on. It's the Tamas week aura. It is. Are there less casters total now for the Race World First event? I don't think it's less because you've got Method in the mix now, and they brought a lot of people in. I think Method has like 8 casters or some shit. So between them, Echo, and Liquid, there's probably about as many caster spots as there's ever been. Now, I mean, it depends on whether you counted some of the smaller productions that have done stuff. But in terms of like in-person productions, I think there's as many caster spots as there's probably ever been. All right, where's the guy? Who am I trying to talk to? I need a guard, not a citizen. Fuck you, you don't know shit, citizen. Mr. Guard, where's your barber? Make me beautiful. Oh, I just sat down in the chair. Cool. All right, Jesus fucking Christ. Let's never look like that again. All right, I do think I fuck with this color scheme the most. Horns. I like arched, I think. Probably arched or grand low, maybe? Maybe we'd go with grand low. Beak. Parakeet beak. Nobody likes a big old fucking honking nose. You like to have a... It's actually like comically large. We got a cute little beak. Have I tried scanning the dream mobs for new forms? No, not yet. All right, horn and beak color. Ooh. Okay, we got gold. That one's kind of weird looking, but maybe like weird looking in a good way. I kind of fuck with it, to be honest. It's probably either that or that. I think we'll go that. Eyebrows. Nobody wants weird looking eyebrows, dude. Keep it kind of subtle. We'll do very short eyebrows. All right. Whiskers. Where's the big old beard? Yeah, fuck yeah. Holy shit. Feathers. I guess we want performance feathers, right? Give me these. Check out the now tweet. Oh, where's the now tweet? Where's the now tweet? Wait. So what's this? They're just What are they doing? It's a good question. I think the only fair thing to do here is ban every Moonkin player. Well, that's really none of my business. All right, decorations. No, Jesus Christ, that's weird looking. No decorations at all, as a matter of fact. Effects. Ooh. Yeah, I kind of like swirl. It's a bit extra, but whatever. Oh, shit. We can make it. Oh, my fucking God. Bro, I got to get this shit. It doesn't match the rest of my color scheme at all, but it's like it stands out in a way that I kind of fuck with it. Like I admire the contrast. I almost pressed the randomize appearance button. Holy shit, intrusive thoughts. Woo! All right, flight form. What can we... I actually forgot I had that one. Source, question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. Yeah, we're fine with that one for now. Sea lion or... What the fuck? Why is that one question? I gotta have that. Where is that? How do you turn to a stupid ass fish? Holy fuck! I would never leave the water. This is from the raid? Well, if I wasn't planning on raiding this tier already. Dude, I want this fucking... I want this goddamn fish. Oh, don't, stop. No, let me, don't fucking go back to my ugly ass seal. I need to spin it around and then look at how fucking chill it is. Look at this little stupid ass fucking can't even tell which way is up and which way is down, just flopping a fucking round. Like, you know, and then we got this motherfucker, just the vibes. He's just like, looks high as fuck. What's he even looking at up there? He's like, travel form. Jesus, that's a lot of travel forms. All right. We got stag, we got cheetah, we got doe. We got all this stupid looking... Never catch me being a cat raptor. I could probably fuck with being one of these Glade Hearts. Do I have any good cat forms that I can change to? Fuck it, we'll be that one, I guess. What about you? Best part of changing your character appearance is when it resets your camera. Go look at the rock werebear. I mean, that's just one of the artifact appearances, right? I've seen those. Had those. Been having those. Or is that a new one? Don't have the cat bird form from Legion? No, because this is my EU account, and I rolled here in Shadowlands. So that was... Grinding equals grinding druid forms. We're actually not. I actually have a pitiful amount of druid forms, but... okay. This? I'd rather look like this. I'd rather look like this stupid little shithead than this big shithead. Werebear is the worst thing that's ever happened to Guardian Druid. These skins, the Ursoc looking skins, these were the best ones for bear. And why these weren't the ones that became popular, I'll never know. But every one of these ones are so sick. And for the cat ones, the best looking ones were honestly the neon ones. Even though they're kind of a meme, the neon ones are pretty slick. Otherwise, I did kind of fuck with the fangs. Stream sabers look weird as shit. What the fuck? All right. Reset the camera again. All about the Culturian forms. Yeah, I actually wish you could. That's one thing I wish. I wish you could take other racist forms, which I understand why, you know, it's like it's your racist form, but like I want to be the anything other than these. All right, so we've got our new Moonkin form. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna do today. Okay, so we got our Druid caught up in Emerald Dream, right? And I don't know. Technically, there's like gear upgrades I could get on my Druid if I feel like trying. I could go farm some 450 shit and upgrade it. Like I could probably go farm 450 weapon maybe. If we go do the... Actually, maybe I will go do that. We go do the... What time is it? We go do the Time Rift. I can pick that up and go spend Dreaming Crests. Which, if I'm going to do that, then I might as well do a Dream Surge to farm Whelpling Crests and get the item while I'm at it. How much better is Disc to Resto? For keys, I mean, if these Resto Druid buffs go live, I don't think Disc is better than Resto. For raid, Disc is, I think, doing... So, part of the problem is Resto is just not doing very much healing in raid. So I think Disc actually just does more healing than Resto does right now. And it'll do way fucking more damage than Resto will in raid. Alright, let's go scoop some green poop. People switching to preservation instead of Aug? I don't know. Like, I know there were a lot of guys that played preservation that switched to Aug, but I don't know that we would necessarily see that same swap backwards. I guess I feel like if you were a healer last year and you were playing preservation and then Aug came out and you were like, well, fuck, my well-geared character is suddenly going to be replaced by Aug. Do I want to re-roll to a different class, or do I just want to learn how to play Aug? You probably are like, yeah, fuck it, I'll just learn how to play Aug. It's still kind of a support spec, whatever. I'm sure it'll be tolerable. But if you've had a tier to decide what you want to play, if you want to be a healer, I doubt you were just like, I guess I'm an Aug main now. You're probably like, fuck it, I'm swapping to a different healer that can actually be the healer. So my guess is the guys that are still on Aug, and maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe this is not the way it is, but the way I would expect it to be is the people that are still on Aug at this point are DPS mains that like the way Aug works or whatever. And if Aug suddenly gets trashed, I wouldn't expect a mass exodus to Preservation Evoker. I'd expect guys to either play Devastation or swap to a different class. Why am I doing this green ball shit? Because you get Whelpling Crest from doing it, and if you're gonna collect the green balls to get Whelpling Crests, you might as well just do the fucking quest while you're at it. I hate that we share the green balls across everybody. It's so stupid that everyone's competing for the same fucking stupid green balls. Why no seed farm? I actually cannot... In some ways, I feel like farming for the rune is like the largest practical joke that's ever been played on casual players. The number of casual players that actually give a shit about farming for that stupid fucking rune blows my mind. Yearn for the grind? It's not even yearn for the grind. It's like, it's just Race World First guys getting all fucking jazzed up about it. Oh, I'm gonna fucking grind my ass off. Watch this shit. I'm gonna get it week 1. And then casual players see that and they're like, fuck, man, if somebody cares that much about something in life, it must be important. Holy fuck. Let me tell you which human beings on the fucking face of the earth you should not copy your priorities from. Convince people don't know why they do it. No, literally, there are people that came in, I swear to God, day 1, there are people that came into this chat and they were like, oh yeah, I'm renowned 7. Why am I doing this? I'm almost 10. What's the... why have I been doing this for the last 7 hours?
The mountains are mighty here. Plant our banners to mark what the Dragon Scale expedition has discovered.
Meanwhile, it'll be like like the dude's character will be in like 435 gear. Like you absolutely could have spent the last day like grinding up crests and shit, crafting, actually making your character worth a shit week 1. But it's like, nah, I've actually been farming seeds for the last 15 hours.
Clan Shakar's lands while our backs were turned. Help us strike back against them and their vile primalist allies.
Bro, where's all the green shit? Come on, man. I guess I could be looking for rares too. I forgot about that.
Some of these creatures in the Amalgam Plains. Adorable.
What's my renown? Oh, you know, 5. If you're wondering how I got up there that fast, I'll be releasing a guide soon. No! It died? Really? Fucking hell, man. How do you get crests this week? Well, seed farming is actually a good way to get Drake crests. You get 2 or 4 per seed. And then this is how I've been getting my whelpling crests, is by coming out here and doing Dream Surge shit. Oh, 1 fucking green orb. Holy shit, come on. Maybe I won't be finishing this before I go over to the Time Rift. Old content gives crests? Some of it does, yeah. How many fucking people... Bro, this is supposed to be my nerdy activity out here. Fuck other people that are out here swooping my green fucking orbs. Is Druid new meta starting next week? Maybe. I would be surprised if the buffs that they announced yesterday actually go through in that form. We'll just say I'm not counting those chickens before they hatch. God damn it. Oh my god, I did all that and I still didn't even get the green fucking orb? Bro, fuck off. Wait, I didn't get either green orb? What the fuck? God damn it. If somebody else flies through that thing while I'm killing these, I'll find them. Alright. Is Mistweaver going to be as good as some people say? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think Mistweaver actually looks really good. If I ended up playing Mistweaver this season, I would not be unhappy about that. You have human alts for rep even when you're horde? Dude, nobody considers themselves alliance or horde anymore, do they? Now that there's cross-faction everything?
The local thunder spines have infused lightning energy into some of the minerals in this area. Let's gather a few specimens, shall we?
No, 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 you little... Who is that? Get to stop! Fuck you. Fuck you, fat fucking asshole. Just snorting up on my fucking green... Oh my god. Is Resto Shaman in a good spot? I mean, I would probably call it the relatively weakest healer at the moment. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad spot. It just means it's not the best spot. Wait, tweet about texture packs? What tweet? Oh, dude, why do these fucking rares keep spawning on the other side of the zone? Update your HDI compacts. Oh, I don't think I have those. What does it do? Makes your shit look cleaner? Sharper?
I have many, many wares. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
The hell is this? Illusory adornment. Okay, whatever. It takes literally 4 seconds to do? I doubt that. I've already spent 2 seconds and I'm not done. Let's see here. we farming for right now? Doing a 2-for-1. I picked up the Dream Surge quest, where you have to get coalescence, which can be acquired by flying through the green orbs around this zone. The green orbs around this zone, on top of giving you that, also give you whelpling crests. So I am attempting to cap out my whelpling's dreaming crest at the same time as finishing the Dream Surge quest. The Dream Surge quest awards you with a 428 item that can be upgraded to 450 should you choose. So I think I will try to slam maybe a 450 weapon. Got it. All right. Thoughts on healer embellishments? I think most healers are crafting the neck, and then, I don't know. At this point, I feel like embellishments are largely irrelevant. I don't think it's going to matter. That's sort of the corollary. Anytime a decision is difficult to make, when it comes to something like this, it's usually difficult because the results are all fairly even. And if the results are all fairly even, then it probably doesn't really matter which one you choose. Okay, is there any other thing here that I might possibly want besides a two-handed weapon? And I feel like the answer is no. Yeah, fuck it. Which neck? Lariat. What do I think about the Aug nerf? I've heard varying accounts of what that means for Aug. Some people say it's not that big of a deal. Some people say it's a big deal. So I'm not sure. Is the short answer. Oh wait, this isn't where I buy. The other places where I buy. Maybe I could. Nah, fuck it. Okay, so we need to go do the time rift to get the weapon. First Sparkcraft look like? Don't know. I don't ever fucking think about that shit in advance. That's a game time decision. Put zero research into that. Does Druid do big damage in my opinion? Currently, it's okay. Starting next week, if the patch goes through as stated in the notes, yeah, Drew is gonna be doing some pretty big fucking damn. Some large damage. Does Season 2 Catalyst get disabled next reset? I believe so. This priest nerfs look pretty okay? Yeah, I mean, those are... I mean, a nerf is a nerf, but those should not... Anybody that wanted to play disc before this should not be dissuaded from playing disc afterwards. The fuck am I going, by the way? Begin the time rift.
The enemy is building fortifications. Demolish
All right.
them.
Simmering chest. What does this do? Hello? Is this even part of the fucking thing? Okay. Why am I by myself? Where are my compatriots that are carrying me through this? There we go. Here's a friendly guy that's gonna help me out. What are we doing? Time rifts? So time rifts award 428 items that are on the whatever the fuck track. Oh, guess that weak ore is not loaded out here. They're on a track that can be upgraded to 450 with whelping crests. So if you don't really have any, whelping crests can only take gear to 450. So if you already have gear that's basically 450, then you don't have a lot of need for whelping crests, and so you can just send it to do a few upgrades. Like for me, I'm intending, I have a 447 main hand and a 450 offhand, but I'm probably just going to buy the 450 two-hander and upgrade that. And bro, look at this little fucking shaman show off, just popping all these bubbles. So yeah, you can use it if you've already got like 447 in most slots. If your character's already like this geared, then you can just use it to do like minor upgrades in a few slots. Because you're not gonna need it for anything next season, so you can just use it to round out pieces of gear that you had and gain, you know, another eye level or something before launch. Here's a sub by next week. You can have 8 pieces of 447 from crafted or 4 tier pieces 447. What do I think is better? Well, you're probably going to be holding on to your tier pieces longer. If you don't already have 447 tier pieces, I would probably emphasize those, because you're going to be holding on to your tier until you get the next tier. Whereas you could replace a crafted piece at any moment. Basically, anytime starting next reset, you could get a piece that replaces a crafted piece, but it will take a long time, well, relatively long time to replace your tier. That will probably be one of the last things you replace, is like all of your pieces of tier.
I have a special task for all of you. Our world is depending on us.
Hello. 1K viewers? Yes. Some other people must not be streaming today or something. I don't know. Plater profile? I use threat plates, not plater.
Minions of the Black Empire bow.
Is time walking worth anything this week? Not to my knowledge. Thrash Lord, thank you for the resub, babe. 29 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. How's disc after the nerfs? It's still fine. Like, those are relatively minor nerfs. anytime your class only gets like one ability nerfed at a time, unless that nerf is either enormous or that ability is super fucking important, then it's usually never that big of a deal. Like, for instance, the Druid buffs yesterday, they didn't really buff that many of Druid's sources of damage. Like, they buffed Rip, Rake, Shred, and Ferocious Bite. And if you looked at Druid's damage, if they were using cat weaving abilities, all of those things combined might only be, I don't know, 20% of Druid's damage? 25%? But when they buff them by 140, you know, when some of those things get buffed by 140 fucking percent, all of a sudden it becomes a big deal because it's just such a massive buff. But for Disc yesterday, it was like Inescapable Torment got nerfed by like 19%. So, I mean, will it make a difference? Yeah, but is it like, oh my god, this spec is, I have to re-roll off of this now? No, absolutely not. Bro, what are you doing to my guy? Cut it out. How big will be the impact of the better energy region? I mean, it's nice. It's not like game breaking, but it'll allow you to probably cast like one more ability before you have to get out of cat form. Peroshki, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Bro, I need this event to end because I have to pee. I don't even think it really matters whether or not I'm here participating in it actively, but I hate to be like just a mooch that shows up and mooches. So... Modi, thank you for the resub, babe. 15 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. What's the state of my shot caller weak aura? It is unkempt. I was really kind of hoping by putting the shot caller weak aura out there that somebody else would take an interest in it and kind of pick up that project. Because I don't really know what the fuck I'm doing with it. You know, there was a concept there, and I tried to put together the concept, like kind of a proof of concept type thing, where I showed like, here's what I think this weak aura could look like, blah blah blah. But as far as like maintaining it, improving it, that ain't really my skill set. If you craft with Whelp Crest, you need a spark for it. If you find a blue item to make, no. Which is the key. You gotta, virtually everything has a blue version of a thing that you can make. So you just need to find what that blue version is. Can you upgrade Season 3 gear to Season 2 tier sets? No. Has to be Season 2 gear.
Greetings, adventurer. I will be here.
Alright, so we go to this guy. We buy the two-hander. Where is it? Chronospire. Dude.
May your days bring you joy.
Do I need a 30 weekly on any healer? Well, that's an interesting question because I already got a 29 on this guy. I could definitely use a 30. The problem is I probably don't have a character that I want to get a 30 on that you want to bring me to a 30 on. Is this week's Hell Deep mix? Yes. I think the only one of my characters at this point that's in like shape to do a 30 is probably my Paladin, and I do not care about getting a 30 on my Paladin right now. Alright, what was I doing? I need to... Oh, I was gonna look about upgrading that, weapon. Isn't that point of streamer status to have viewers boost the rats? Well, anybody who's doing a 30 is probably not just a viewer. And they could probably find somebody else that... A 30 is not gonna be a walk in the park. All right, so I can upgrade this and only... Dude, this is the beautiful part about having a character that doesn't have rat gear already is that this took me like 45 fucking crests to upgrade yesterday. Now it's only going to take me 15. All right, so let's send that. The staff actually looks kind of cool, too. Alright, did I have 136 crests? Yes.
Am I dreaming? Go and defend.
Now we have even more. 100. Oh, we're back to 136. Fuck yeah, alright. What would I come in here to do? Buy Suffolk Devotion. That's what we're gonna do. Damn it, the price of this enchant's creeping back up. Oh. Dude, how did I get this? What the fuck is this? Feather of Friends. Unlock the Somnal form. The fuck is the Somnal form? What the hell even is that? Wafting Devotion or Pussy? What? That's like such a fucking raider brain thing to say.
Where's fit for the aspects?
Alright, so we could take these to... Wait. Okay, we can take these to 450. What are my current ones? 447 with Leech? Yeah, probably not replacing those. We got a helm with a socket. Oh, but I don't have a different helm. What else do we have? Legs. We go 450. What do I have now? 447. Okay, so we could do that. I still want to know how good this fucking trinket is. This Rune of the Umbermain. Fanalicious. I can't remember if I said thank you, if I just saw it, and we'll do it again just in case. Fanalicious, thank you for the resub, babe. 10 months. Appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Babes. Alright, this stupid belt can go to 450. Can you just sim this one? I'm just looking at what I even have available. Oh, sim the string. I don't think it's in the... Or is it? No, I looked for it on Questionably Epic. That's what it was. Could I sim this one? Maybe. Let's have a look, actually. Sim C. Wait, what the fuck? Talent loadout is corrupt or incomplete. Hello? How fucking dare... Dude, you can't... Fuck you, Sim C. Talent loadout corrupt or incomplete. You can't just fucking say that about some guy's fucking... That's not even my... Oh, I see. It's not this that I'm in. That's why. Some of your talents have been reset. Okay. Okay. Maybe you had a point. What do you use for raid now? I don't know. You probably still take Trank, right? Why do I feel like I have points somewhere I shouldn't have points? This, maybe? Nope. Liveliness instead of Dreamwalk? The fuck even is Dreamwalk? The hell is Dreamwalk? Embrace the dream. Oh. So... La, 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 la. Where the fuck do we... I guess Trank. You'd for sure take Inner Peace over something else down here. What am I giving up for Inner Peace? One of these two? Or Dream State, I guess. Rampant. Dude, by the way, I fucking love this, that they made it so that your tree doesn't break when you remove a point. State. And then whatever the fuck I'm doing over here. Who cares? I just needed to do this so I could so I could get a SimC output. And in fact, my other raid thing is probably broken too again. Oh, it's not. Okay, perfect. Ah, fuck, that's not actually what I want, though. Alright. Raid bots. Gear compare. Set name, select, Umbra main. Just say 450. One boss, 3 minute. Sure. It's a 1000 DPS upgrade over a stat stick. Ow, fuck. That's not what I meant to do. How do I select a different fucking trinket slot? Do I do that once it's already in? Number main. Yeah, there we go. Trinket 2. Whelplings are useless? I mean, they're not. If you trade down Dreaming Crest to Whelplings, the cash doesn't count towards weekly caps, so you can get more. Dreaming Crest? Wait, what the fuck are Dreaming Crests? Okay, massive fucking DPS loss from being, yep, that's what I thought. Okay. So I could actually upgrade like a lot of gear. We like limited mostly by my flight stone situation right now. I could push a bunch of shit up to 450 if I want, as long as I have the piece on here. Fuck your Discord? Dude, fuck your Discord. Alright, so let's see. The helm, but I wouldn't be able to put a socket. Actually, I could put a socket on this, couldn't I? Because I have tokens. I bet I could actually put a socket on a new one. Actually, can you still buy? I should check that. Can you still buy sockets? I don't even know. I'll feel a little dumb if I held on to these, if I held on to these coins and then they don't turn into sockets anymore. You can't. Okay, well, I feel a little dumb. Hey, bud, what can I spend these on? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Look at this shit. Look at that. Crispy, thank you for the resub, babe. 14 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. You can buy sockets, but if you upgrade an embellished item, the sockets are removed. What? Well, I definitely don't care about buying gold with these, so we'll just buy these sockets now. The Season 2 sockets only work on Season 3 stuff, so when you recraft Season 3... No, this isn't for crafted items. This is for... If I have a upgradable helm that actually wait, that one doesn't go to 450, does it? Oops. Well, let's say I had a 450 helm or a helm I could upgrade to 450. Then I'll put the socket on that, upgrade it, and then convert it to tier. Not you. Where'd you go? Helm. Which one to use the helm? Go to the catalyst first. Wow, this is all, I probably wouldn't do this till later this week. Just to be sure, but... Oh, I could put a socket on the belt, maybe. If this works like I think it does. Oh, no, wait. Okay, that one is not Season 2 gear. I see. Yeah. I see what you mean now. This is Season 3 gear. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking I could upgrade that. So yeah, all this shit is Season 3 gear, I think, right? It all looks like Season 3 gear. Okay, never mind. But I can buy... I can still... I have the token from the Dream Surge. And I can still buy something from that to upgrade. So if I could upgrade anything to 450 now, what would I want to do? My gloves have leech on them. I actually have 447 gloves. I'm just not wearing them. So 447 helm. I could get a 450 helm with a socket. I could get 450 chest, 450 legs. I think those are probably the only things I care about. Done the weekly time rift? Yeah, I just got done with that. Let me go look at that gear from Dream Surge. You run low on flight stones. Every boss in Mythic Zero Dawn gives 65. Yeah, I've heard that that place is a joke now. Does anybody have a crafter on Terran Mill? My priest needs a bunch of shit crafted. Cloth stuff, probably. It would probably be primarily... Well, maybe a scribe, too. And a jewel crafter. Okay, never mind. Back to the original question. Does anybody have... crafters on Terran Mill? Where's the guy? Oh, I'm at the wrong spot. Good. Alright, so let's see. I could buy a cloak. We're not blowing anything on a fucking cloak. Boots, we already have... boots. I feel like it comes down to legs. What's my off piece? My shoulders? Yeah. I guess I could buy a ring if I didn't want to use Haste Mastery anymore. Actually, having a socketed 450 helm would probably be the biggest... probably the biggest upgrade. But either way, this is a relatively small thing. We'll just actually wait on that and deal with that shit later. Oh, fuck, I have 3 sockets I can put on gear. Holy shit, we're swimming in sockets. Cool. Okay.
The city's finest wares.
Okay, let me swap over to priest. Doing sparks on all characters? Yeah, I still need to work on Evoker this week, but yeah, I've got sparks on the other 4. Druid, Pally, Priest, and Monk. If by doing sparks you mean am I earning sparks? Yes. If by doing sparks you mean am I crafting anything? No. Oh, sparks of life. I did it on my paladin to hit 10. I don't know if I'm going to do it on the other characters. Maybe. We'll see. Part of this is just, I don't know exactly how much time I'm going to have left at the end of this week. It's feeling like probably more time than I expected. All right, time for what? Just shit, rep grinding. Like, I want to get through every character's campaign, side quests, cap out their crests, get their gear caught up to whatever it needs to be. Like, this right here is not acceptable, 438, so we gotta craft up some shit here. All right, so I determined yesterday that I wanted to make a... I wanted to get rid of my neck and my cloak, and can't replace tier with crafted shit. So it's gonna be neck, cloak. I have how many? We have 168, so we can do 5 things. So I could go neck, cloak. See, my bracers are 441, my belt's 437 with a socket though. Boots are 450, but with shit stats. 441 rings. Can't craft any good trinkets without a spark. And 441. All right. Did I buy the weapon on this guy yet? Yeah, I did. Okay. So if I wanted to upgrade the weapon, same shit showing up below character screen. It's Thomas. It's Thomas Dragonfly Helper that's doing that. What up, Grims?
The city's finest goods.
How we been? I'm fucking busy this week. Oh, man. All right. How much is it to upgrade this thing? 45? Okay, so I could spend 45 on the weapon, which will leave me with 123, which means I could then upgrade 4 more things. So I think if we do the weapon, I could do the weapon, neck, cloak. Maybe a ring for the socket. So weapon, neck, cloak, ring. My bracers were already, well, they don't have haste on them, but they're decent eye level and they don't have mastery. How do you have so many crests? So there's some sources of crests this week that do not count towards the seasonal max. Like the ones I think you get from questing or some, like through the campaign, I don't think they count towards the seasonal max. There was an on-use thing that gave you like 15 that doesn't count towards the cap. All right, so at the very least, we'll do the weapon now. And then, okay, so just double checking my math. So 45 into the weapon leaves me with 123. And then I need 30 to craft anything else. So I could, with 123 left, I could craft 34 times. So I definitely want to get rid of the neck and the cloak. Those are low eye level as fuck. And then neck, cloak. Like I said, probably 1 ring for the socket. Seems good. And then figure out something to spend. When it says seasonal max, I mean you can't get more than 10.2, or is that weekly max? That's just weekly max. It's if you've done conquest points from PvP before, same idea, where there's just a limit to how many you can earn up to that point in the season. So right now you can only have 90 plus whatever you get from the campaign. Then next week the cap will increase by another whatever 90 or something, and it'll keep that cap will increasing throughout the season, but you're limited to that amount as you move on. So it's basically gatekeeping how many crests you can have at any point in the season. Are the cat buffs enough to swap the kitty weaving? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If the cat buffs go live as they're listed in the patch notes, you will not be pressing any more Moonkin abilities next week. Okay, so let's go ahead and send this shit. Buy another fucking... Dude, I have spent, I swear to God, like 30,000 gold on Sophic enchants in the last 7 days. What are my graphic settings to keep the FPS going? Let's see here. CMAA, anti-aliasing. I actually keep this shit fairly low. Only the stuff that I really need to turn up. So shadow quality's low. Liquid detail's good, because if it goes any lower than that, it actually ends up looking really weird. Like, it fucked with me. I tried to set it lower than that, and then when I did Tazavesh last expansion, the water, I actually couldn't see shit in the water. It was bad. Particle density set to fair. Disable these three. Outline set to good. Honestly, you could probably turn a bunch of this shit up and it wouldn't really matter, because that's like GPU related. But I just don't care. Outline set to good. Texture resolution on high. Spell density is only set to essential. Projected textures enabled. 711 on that. Did I install the CPU drivers from AMD to enable the Vcache thing? Oh, for Grims. If he's using 7800 X3D, do you need the chipset drivers for that? Or is that 7950 X3D? But yeah, I mean, make sure you have your up-to-date chipset drivers. But yeah, my FPS, for whatever reason, this patch, like, I don't know if it's just there's more people in Valdrakken than before, but yeah, my FPS has been getting cranked too. Normally, prior to 10.2, I was getting like 100 and maybe 10 FPS in Valdrakken, and it just like dropped by like 50 this week. What server am I playing on for such a big ping? I'm on an EU server. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, run to the bathroom, and then we're gonna get to fucking crafting some stuff. Be right back. Okay. Now. Okay, what did that weapon do for our eye level? Push us over 440 in bags. That's cool. So we want to craft a neck. Track that. It's a fairly simple recipe. Love that. We want to craft a ring. We want to craft a cloak. And we want to craft a... What was the other thing? I think I hadn't decided, actually. Neck, cloak, ring, something. Maybe bracers. Did I see the rest of Druid damage buff? I did indeed. Alchemy stone. I can't craft anything that requires a spark. This is all... In order to do this shit, you gotta craft blue stuff. Because otherwise you need a spark to make it. So... It's gotta be fairly mundane shit that you're just looking for eye level. Which means I can't craft any tier. Because it has to be tier. Can't craft... I guess I probably could have crafted a weapon, but we already have... I wanted a 451, so... Use it on that. Can only craft one ring, because there's only one blue ring and it's unique equipped. Or else I'd probably just craft 2 rings. So... The only other thing I can use is the Whelp crest on is a belt, which I already have 437 with a socket with the good stats. I could replace 450 boots with 447 boots. These are like shitty stats. These don't have haste and they have fucking mastery on them. Or I could replace these bracers that also don't have haste on them. But at least they don't have mastery. Oh well. For now, we'll do neck, ring, and cloak, and then we'll figure it out later. No spark at 447? No, I think they actually, like... How the fuck... Because I looked the other day, I was like, fuck it, I'll just craft something with a spark in it, and then I realized I couldn't do that. What was it? It was, I was going to craft a lariat, I think, and I could not do that because... Oh, because they no longer have the enchanted crests. All of your old crests got turned into gray items, and everything else. So all the shit you needed to allow it to go to 447 got turned into gray mats that you had to sell for gold. Jewel crafting stuff to Death Nipple. Wow, that name wasn't already taken.
You would ask something of me?
Oh, okay, shimmering clasp. We need 2 shimmering clasp. Oh, you can use the gray crest, but you can't do anything with the gray frag. Well, I don't think this character had anything anyway. Something? Or maybe I sold all mine? Just the crest. Aspect, I guess is what I'll search for. Oh well, whatever. Not super worried about it. Alright, shimmering clasp, we need 2 of. And sundered onyx. We already have enough wilder cloth. It doesn't have a yeah, okay. pool of Wild there. We need 6. And Eternity. Amber. We need 2 of. And then we need some missives. What's our gear looking like right now? I've got 2600 crit, 3100 verse, 4600. Oh, I'm not even haste capped. Holy shit. Okay. So I'm going to be replacing haste crit. I'm going to be replacing burst mastery. I'm going to be replacing either haste verse or crit haste. So we could probably just run haste crit on everything, I think. Alright. Missive of Fire Flash. 3 of those. How'd I farm this many whelplings? The way I did it quickly was if you go to the Dream Surge area, there's the green orbs that are floating around, and each one of those that you fly through gives you 2. So there's a few other odds and ends sources of them, but you can bang those out pretty quickly by just flying around out there. All right. So, armor, neck. Oh, need to buy the thing.
Let us discuss
Okay,
business.
give me 3 of these.
A pleasure doing business.
Green balls will yield whelplings? Yeah, 2 per.
Interesting.
Okay. Neck. Oh, fuck, I have to get... fuck, I forgot I have to get these crafted. Blah, blah, blah. Well, not whelping. I could just whelp. Enchanted whelplings, dreaming crest. Okay, what do I need for this shit?
Pleasure doing business with ya.
You didn't get any from balls? Have you already capped out? I mean, have you already maxed out your season max on the dreaming crest?
Charmed.
I'm looking for here. Stop tracking, stop tracking, stop tracking. We need... So I need a total of 90 chromatic dust. So we need 67 more. Vibrant shard. We need 15 in total, so I need 12 more. And resonant crystal. Need 3 of these. Not 31. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Please stop typing numbers.
Go.
And defend that.
Are my volume levels the usual? I mean, it's probably a little low. Relatively. Turn up a bit. I want to heal 30 under on a pally. Friend has one.
Yeah, what do you want? Be careful out there.
30 under on my pally. Do I need a 30 under on my pally? What is my pally's fucking key right now? Okay. Whelp. Dreamcrest. Let's see. Somebody crafted one for 500 yesterday. We'll see if they'll do it for... See if they'll do it for 100.
If you ever need anything.
Okay. Come, little crafters. I have offered you the opportunity to make some money. Go forth. There's one. Excellent. How high is the stuff I'm going to be crafting? 447. Do you need enchanted crest for that? Yes. Which is what we're waiting on now. Only with whelplings? Yeah. Come on. We had one enterprising young fellow craft one. Just need 2 more fellow capitalists. Why the fuck does this say return to Eliana now? Who the fuck is Eliana? Capped on Mount Energy. What the fuck is Mount Energy? Come on, somebody craft. Somebody do my crafts. Okay. Timer. Come here. 30 seconds, and if there's not been one fucking crafted, then we'll replace them. Come on, dude. 5 seconds. Motherfucker. Fine. Order listed. Cancel the order. Cancel the order.
Be good.
God damn it. How much should I offer? 100 gold? That's just cheap. Somebody took it.
Interesting.
I did 500 yesterday, and then I felt like a sucker. We'll go 250. Send a personal order to Shexoker and you'll do it for free. Okay. That sounds like a fair deal. You know what? I'll even pay you what I was going to pay them. This is the right thing, right? Enchanted Whelpling Dreaming Crest. Yep.
Hurry back.
You place some for 1K without reagents? So somebody else used their... Wait, like somebody else used their... Well, how does that even work? Thank you, Shex. But okay, but you have to supply. I don't know. I was like, wait, did they supply the whelping? No, okay, I see. I was thinking there's only whelping. Okay, no, I see now. Yeah, I feel like the rest of the mats aren't really that expensive. What is it? 30 chromatic dust? They're still making a few hundred gold, I think, on that. All right. What was the names of the crafters we were sending to? Death Nipple and Emperox. Okay, so Death Nipple is the jewel crafting. So neck. Death Nipple. All right, we'll go 2,000 for these. Okay. All right, crit haste, neck, correct stats, correct eye level. Okay. Place order. Ring. Same. Crit haste, stats, ring. Okay. And lastly, cloak. That one was... for crit haste.
Be good.
Da, 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 da. You craft for free? Just let me pay for it. I feel weird. Still get Agi Dagger PTSD? A little bit, but mostly it's just like there's a lot of ways to like fuck that stuff up. Not probably as permanently as I did when I crafted the Agi Dagger, but just pays to double and triple check that shit. All right, thank you, Emperox. All right, so we got that. That was that the ring I wanted to replace? I think so. Yeah, we dropped a lot of verse there. Maybe that's not the ring I want to replace. Maybe this is the ring I want to replace. Okay. Still not haste cap. What the fuck? How not? How? I guess I haven't put like enchants or gems on any of this shit, so.
Well then.
Alright, spend more on fucking Sophic Devotion. Whoop, 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 whoop. Devotion of haste. Tiered. Medallion setting. No, only need one of those because it comes with one already. And one of these. And now we need some gems, right? Anything else I need to buy? Oh, cloak enchant. Leech. And now we go gems and crafty. And I'm gonna need 3 and 1. 4. Okay. Slap you on there. Okay, Devotion of Haste. Devotion of Haste. Oh my god, are we actually gonna manage to break the fucking haste cap? Let's fucking go. Alright. What do we... Oh, we're missing Plains Runner. Okay. How many Whelpling crests you need for one craft? For the 447 stuff, you need 30. You have to go convert it into a... we're not going to buy rank 3 of that.
You will do well. I know it.
You have to convert the Whelpling crests to... where's the guy? This dude down here. Talk to him, and you have to turn 30 crests into this nascent Whelpling's Dreaming crest, and then you use that to craft the enchanted crest that you put in the gear that lets you craft it to 447. What settings do I have on the WeakCore helper that when you open the character screen you get item upgrades? No, I didn't have any special ones. You may just have to upgrade it or update it, excuse me. That WeakCore gets fucking updated like every day. That dude puts out like a new version of it every 24 hours. So it's a relatively recent update. It was like yesterday's update enabled that. So I would just check back on that Wago page and bring in the latest one, and it should just automatically have it. You just updated 30 minutes ago. Did you delete your old, like completely delete it and reinstall a new one? Or did you like use like a WeakCore companion or something? Because I did see on his page that he said if you were going to do it, if you're going to update the WeakCore, you should like delete it from Wago, reload your UI, and then import the new one. Am I going to play Discus Season? I was counting on playing, on likely playing Discus Season, although the fucking buffs that happened yesterday have caused me to pause and reconsider if Druid is going to be doing as much damage as the patch notes indicate. You don't use Wago Companion? Yeah, it's, I mean, not necessary, but it's helpful. But let me see. Maybe there are settings on here for that. Mine just did it automatically when I installed it, but okay, so it's this. It looks like it's this gear. If you go to custom options, there should be this gear information panel. I'm guessing it's this thing. Okay. So we got our shit crafted. So my disc priest actually ended up with like relatively decent gear. What are we really missing? We're missing some eye levels on some of our tier pieces. We're missing higher eye level trinkets. But we actually had quite a few sockets. We have a 450 weapon, and that's the nice thing about this time rift shit is you can guarantee all of your characters end up with a 450 weapon, and that's like a big fucking deal. Just if nothing else, if your alt just has a 450 weapon, even if the rest of their gear is trash, that's like it gets you a pretty good start. Okay, so now I can go get back on the Druid, and we can grab another DMF buff and then head out and start doing some seed stuff to gather more crests. And get a super bloom. Fuck, I just missed a super bloom, didn't I? How do you get a 450 weapon? If you do a time rift this week, go to this horn on the map, participate in that event, it'll give you a token. You can then hand that token in and buy a 428 item. That 428 item is on a track, an upgrade track, that can go up to 450. You will need to use Whelp Crest to do that, but you can use Fight Stones and Whelp Crest to upgrade whatever you buy from that person up to 450. And so whatever, I think they have like a weapon type for every role. Good way to farm Whelp Crest. The way I've done it on all my characters is if you go out to the Dream Surge event, there's a bunch of green orbs that are just floating around in this zone, and you just fly through them, and each of those gives you 2 Whelp Crests. So if you spend like 30 minutes out there or something, you should be able to probably max it out. Okay, so we were gonna do, I was gonna get a Darkmoon Fair buff. Okay. Nope. I'm fucking tricking myself again. Should you hold up crest for next week's start? Drake crest, yes. Whelp crest you can spend basically however you want. Whelp crest cap out. Upgrade wise, you can only take an item to 450 with Whelp crest. So it's basically they're going to be pointless next week. Like the gear that you get from any relevant content is already going to like out level whatever Whelp Crest can take you to. So you can just sort of treat those as like catch up crests for current characters or current season, and then use those to like fix whatever gear is wrong on your character right now. And but hold on to your Drake crest. Those will be, you will need those for next season. Whelpling crest, we spin like crazy. Yep. No. Now you probably want to make sure you're getting the best bang for your buck out of them. Don't just yeet them. There are better ways to spin them than others. So probably like have a strategy for how you're using them. But yeah, there's no need to hold on to them. Should we cat weave? If the buffs that were announced yesterday go live as announced, you will for sure be wanting to cat weave. We will be doing a shitload of damage. I am wary of Blizzard reverting those buffs to some extent. I mean, they're gonna buff our damage some, but I doubt that it will actually end up being as much as they announced. What was the 450 weapon token thing? It's from the time rifts in Aldrazes. If you go do that event, starts at the top of the hour. Go to that event, take the token, turn the token in for a 428 item, and then the 428 item can be upgraded to 450. Will Resto do more damage than Disc? Yes. Resto, if the buffs go live like stated, Resto Druid may outdamage some DPS classes on single target. Where do you trade those tokens in from the Rift? There's a vendor on the horn. If you go to the horn on the map, there's like several vendors around there. Hard capping. The Druid Discord Sims put Resto Druid in 450 gear. If those buffs go live like they are stated, the single target sims for Resto Druid for a 5-minute sim had Resto Druid doing 110,000 DPS in 450 gear. So that makes it not valid. I mean, they buffed Rake and Rip. They buffed Rake by like 60%. They buffed Rip by 140 fucking percent. And they buffed Shred damage by some amount. But the amount, and that includes, by the way, sorry, that also includes playing Master Shapeshifter, which is not the talent we play right now. But if those things got buffed, then you would, to do the most damage possible, you would play Master Shapeshifter, which buffs your Rip damage by an additional 60%. So your Rip is now going to be doing like 500,000 damage per use at 450 eye level. Oh, wait, you guys share a Discord with Balanced Druids? So that makes no... I see. No, that's fair. But that's just it. This isn't Balance. Like, Balance isn't responsible for this. This is Feral. And Feral are not fucking known gaslighters about their sims. Dot everything up, swap cat, swipe to max combo, and then rip. Probably, yeah. That's why there's now talk about playing Primal Fury. Because combo points are going to be such a premium now. Because finishers hit so fucking hard that swipe, even though it does like dog shit damage, just as a combo point generator with Primal Fury, it ends up giving you more damage than like Starfiring. All right. So where was I was I need to do the Super Bloom still. I need to do a Frenzy still when that pops up. I guess I can do this world quest in the meantime. How many thingies do I have? 180? Why am I fucking flying in normal form here? I was like, God damn, it's taking a while.
Many streams converge into the lake below the eye. See what treasures they have carried into the depths.
Interrupted? How fucking dare you? What if I fucking roar you two assholes? When do we get more world quests? I think there was a reset today. I think we got a few more today. What's the haste crit cap for Druid? Man, there's like that's not. There's a point where you hit diminishing returns. That's not specific to Druid. That's just everybody has that. Druid doesn't have like a specific cap. Like there's all of your secondary stats are going to be in a state of flux, and depending on what the rest of your stats are, it'll change how valuable crit and haste are. What is this thing? Half-filled dreamless sleep potion. Oh, alchemy. Let's go. Okay, is there anything else in here that ends soon? Oh, I have to still speak. I didn't finish this fucking quest. Cool.
These findings would have been lost for untold ages.
Okay, and I gotta do this one too. Ah, yes. I get to help this lady brew somewhere. Where the fuck are you? Let's go. Last time I didn't even get asked to use... which one was it? I didn't put any fairy dust in last time. So I'm gonna fucking riot if we don't fairy dust into this mix this time. This bitch really hammered the milk. Yeah, right back at it with the fucking milk shit. You make some weird-ass potions. Holy fuck. It's the same recipe. Now she's going to ask me for milk like 2 more times. Then she's just going to say herb-infused water so she doesn't look weird. And then she'd be like, maybe a little more milk, actually. Oh, holy shit, fairy dust. It's happening. More fairy dust. God damn it, the milk again, man. You really are weird, you know that? A little more milk? Nope, fairy dust, okay. Milk and fairy dust. It's gonna be a sussy potion, but that's fine. Maybe a little water, dilute it a little bit. Nope, just more fucking honeys and berries and shit. It'd be a thick as fuck potion.
Thank you, champion.
Alright, well, I don't gotta drink it. Have fun.
Important as good sleep.
Okay, so 3 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, 1 day, 3 days. Okay, so we took care of all that shit. So we got a bloom starting in 35 minutes. What can I do for 35 minutes? I guess I could fly around and do seeds. I have enough. I want to do the bloom to get some more dewdrops, but I guess I have enough dewdrops to fuck around for half hour. Enough dewdrops to run fucking face first into a tree. Let's go. Oh, wait. Small somnut. Where are you? I see you. Trying to be sneaky in there. More alchemy. Alright. There's no more seeds up. Okay. How do casual healers cope when they have to heal preventable damage and avoidable mechanics? How do they stay motivated? Well, you just think about how much better you're making the DPS players' lives. Is there anything to do this idea except the cringe farming? Well, you can if you use Whelpling Crest this week, and there's no reason not to. If you use Whelpling Crest this week, you can upgrade gear to 450. Or you can get like 447 shit crafted. So if any of your characters need more eye level, unless you have, like, even this Druid, it was like 446 eye level. I mean, it was like basically fully 447, except for like a couple trinkets and stuff. Even this Druid had pieces. I mean, everybody has at least a few pieces you could upgrade with 450. No matter how good your gear is. But you can go farm some stuff, some of those weekly events to get the 428 pieces that can be upgraded to 450. So, or if your character's gear is like bad, then you can use the items to, you can use Whelp Crest to upgrade several items to 447. Can I share my talent build? This is like some weird fucking tweener build that I'm using at the moment. I wouldn't use that for anything meaningful. My build is in an awkward transition period between what I would actually run this week versus what I would run next week if the buffs go live. Any idea which mage spec is best without set gear? That's a fairly specific question, and I'm not sure. I think most people would assume that you would have tier. What are you catalyst at the moment? Well, you could use that 428 stuff we were talking about. If you get the 428 stuff from weekly events, that's from season 2, that can be catalyzed. So stuff from Dream Surge, stuff from Time Rift, stuff from Suffusion Camps, all that stuff can be catalyzed. Water fusion? No, suffusion camps. That's the icon on the map that's like Farak's head. It's in southeastern Onaran Plains. Wait, was that a frenzy? Fuck. I need to do that. What's my rep level? Oh, we're rocking renown 5 at the moment. We're about to ding 6. Some people have told me to slow down, but I don't listen. Holding rep tokens till next. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with them yet because I've seen people suggest that you hold them till next week and use them with the anniversary buff. But I've also seen people say the anniversary buff generally does not include reps from the current tier. So there is currently some speculation as to whether the anniversary buff will apply to those rep tokens. And I think I'm leaning towards just saying fuck it and sending them this week because I'd rather get something for them than nothing. But I haven't decided yet. Maybe... Actually, you know, it just occurred to me. Since really the only thing that matters is that you get one character to 18 for that. Maybe I just YOLO one character? And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, then I've got the other... Or if it's maybe I'll send them on one character, and if the buff isn't there next week, great. And if it is there, then the other ones still have their buffs. So damn, that staff I just picked up would have actually been basically exactly what I already upgraded, except it would have cost one less upgrade for would have taken one less round of flight stones. Yeah. You can get 10% now, Dogman. Yeah, that's what I mean is you have to decide whether you want to like split the difference and just take 10% this week and assume it's not going to work next week. Or you can hope that it works next week and go for the 19%. So yeah, I think I'll, like I said, it's basically a no downside plan to just send it on one character now, because no matter which way it goes, I've got a character that's poised to take advantage of it. Darkmoon ends in 2.5 hours? Alright. Well, we'll do this, I'll get this Life Bloom cycle taken care of, and then I'll probably just send it on my Druid this week. Bro, there's no way I just ran into a tree when I'm trying to get over to this. How? 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 Oh shit, I'm gonna miss. Ah, dude, stop. How did I miss this other one over here? Fuck. Yeah, it's gone. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Good job, JB. Dumb motherfucker. Wait, why doesn't my Druid have the regen thing on its bars? Hey. Hey. Can I pull that down here? Yeah. Fucking hell, man. Oh, I already contributed to this one. I'll be damned. You sure to take the big wreck token before Renown 10? Yeah, I'll try to push it right up to 9.999. Alright, how many Drake crests are we up to? Oh, okay, we're actually closer than I thought. Only need another 25 or so. Did I just fly over one, or was that... No, that's the bloom thing. I remember that now. The fuck? Why didn't that one have anything good in it? Why did that give me fucking crafting mats? Fuck this. I don't want that shit. Is the rep tracker a weak aura? Yeah, it's Tama's. Hang on, do I still have this queued up in my previous messages? I do. Hey, little bug. Oh no, dude, that's not good. We got one fucking dreaming crest from that. I think that means we've hit our... I think that means we've hit our cap. Shit. Shit piss. I'm gonna open this next one up and it's gonna be empty. Barren. Fruitless. You ready for the disappointment? Ah, dude. Okay. God damn it. Anomaly, thank you for the resub, babes. 7 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Ba-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. So we got 15 minutes. I guess maybe I could just send my rep tokens now. I don't know if there's any point in waiting. Do I have a playlist? Not a playlist per se. I have people I follow on SoundCloud and I listen to whatever they post. But if you're curious who I listen, like who I follow, you can hit that link. And then my last FM profile has all of the tracks that have been played on the stream today. So if there's something you heard that you wanted to go back and find, you could look through that. Gin and tonic slaps different on the... You know, I don't know that I've ever had a gin and tonic before because it sounds disgusting. I've had straight gin before. This shit made me want to throw up. And I guess I've tried tonic water, probably. I don't know. But I don't know that I've ever had a gin and tonic. Yeah, I had straight gin one time in my life because in my mind I just pictured it as like a slightly different vodka. It's like it's clear alcohol. How bad could it? Oh, Jesus Christ! Let's see. Do I need any 20 weekly? Okay. Rep tokens, rep tokens. So how do I want to do this? I got to make sure that I remember that these are double value. So what are we sitting at? We're sitting at Renown 6, 32 into Renown 6. So 5,000 per. So what's my fattest fucking rep token that I have left? Alright, this is a Flightstone pack. I can just open that because this character is low as fuck on Flightstones. Alright, so we've got however many these have. I think there's like... No, I don't want to open it and find out. Okay, not that, not that. What the fuck? Why is it all awkwardly arranged? Some random amount from that. Oh, this has dewdrops in it. Okay, we'll open that. Not that many dewdrops. Okay. The fuck? Oh, these aren't... I see. These are not most of my rep tokens. These are the other things. Okay. 750, 750, 500, 750, 250, 2,500. That looks like a winner. Also 2,500. Okay. So... 1 2,500 will get 2 levels. So I guess we can send 1 2,500 now. We still have the dark moon buff, right? Yeah, okay, so send it now. So that's renown 8. Now I need 4,700-ish. Let's see, this will be some amount. Okay, so now we need about 3,700-ish. Okay, that's renown 9. So now I need just under 2,000, or just over 2,000. So fucking use that just to get that shit. Alright, so just over 2,000. So if I use 750, it should be pretty good. Do I have a... How much do these give down here? Check. None, right? Or did that give some? Fuck, I don't think this thing actually tracks. I don't think my chat actually tracks rep gains. Hang on. I just realized I don't think this character has rep gains tracked. No, chat. No. Other. Yeah, okay. 55 from those? Okay. So... Another 55 will break me slightly over. Oh, okay, let's use the 751 first. 1,500 still below. Okay, so 750. So now we can go. So 250 puts us over now. So if I go U. So we go U. So that was... I didn't say... Wait a second. Did that not... Other rep. Fuck. What did I enable rep on? My combat log. Why did I do that? The fuck? Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Okay, so that gave me 52. So we can slam a few of these. Right? Yeah. You. Okay, so if we're missing any, it's a pretty small amount here. So now I don't really care about min-maxing it this much. I just want to get as close as I could without doing anything weird. So now we blast the big boy. Where'd you go, homie? 2,500. Okay. Bomb. Okay. Now we send the rest of you. All right. I feel like I got kind of fucked on that one. I feel like I got way more the last time I used that item on my paladin. That one gave me 102, 17, 130, 13, and then 838. And I'm pretty sure I remember it going over 1,000 at one point last time. Wait, is this in addition to my... Wait, if I take these Dreaming Crests, is it a waste? Will it put me over the cap or no? Like, will it add them to the above my cap, or is that just going to like delete a bunch of Drake Crests? I don't like this. This is a scary... I think I'll just leave it till next week or something. Drake Streaming Crest. Drake Streaming Crest. Quests can go over the cap. I'm not even at the cap. But I would want to be at the cap before I took the quest, just in case it can go over. I'll just wait and pick that up after I've done after I've capped out, just in case. Okay, so Renown 13. Might hit round 14 after we do the Super Bloom shit. Oh, and I still haven't done Sparks so the Super Bloom event is 1,000, so that'll be 2,000 rep. And then or not 2,000. Sorry, I'm fucking thinking. That'll be 1,100 rep. So that'll get us to 500 into 14. How'd you get 2x value on the 2.5k? So when you get to level 10 or renown 10, you unlock. Oh fuck. Oh shit, it doesn't show now. You get a buff to all of your characters that are not yet 10 renown. So all of your characters that are not already 10 renown get a buff for 100% more rep from that faction until they hit 10 renown. So basically you get your renown as close on your alt to level 10 without going over, and then you take your fattest token and you use it, and it'll get all the extra 100% value on the token. 1,000 rep from Superlumen every time? No, I just haven't done it yet this week, so this will be my first time bonus on it. Actually, while I'm waiting for this dude, I'm just going to go refresh my Dark Moon Fair buff. Because it might run out before this event ends. The fuck is the clarion call? I'm gonna go take that quest just to get rid of this shit from my quest log. Piss off. Cat buffs? Yeah, there will be cat buffs, but I wouldn't necessarily get too excited about the exact number you saw in those patch notes because that number's too high. And they will either bring it down before they launch that patch note, or they will revert that shit pretty quickly afterwards.
Hello. Good luck, friend. God is
Fuck is this quest?
All that pacing is making me nervous.
Some kind of fucking night elf shit?
Naria, I do not know if I am ready for this.
You want to believe? Just the problem is if you believe, like, you get nothing from believing except disappointment. But if you don't believe, then it's all upside.
How are you? See you later.
Is Resto cranking single target now? If that buff goes through as stated in the patch notes, then yeah, Resto Druid is going to be doing like 100,000 plus single target. Consider going Catweave after the buffs? Yeah. Yeah, I would consider it. I would consider it mandatory. So we head back. Super Bloom has commenced. We shall go get some reputation. All right. No, that's not that quest. That's a trap quest. We take that later. Stop trying to trick me. Offer me a fruit. I would like one of these fruits. Offer a snack to a stunned Dream Talon. They'll give you a ride. Thank you. Ability to Yes! The best one in the game. Here we go. Why the fuck is that not just a regular Moonkin ability? I might not hate that stupid fucking spec if I got to do that on a regular basis. Is it DH ability? I mean, kind of, but you're not calling down fucking moons the whole time. Oh, how am I rank 13 already? So the trick to getting high renown this week is you have to sacrifice one character to level up to 10 renown first, which takes a while. But you get one character that's ideally not your main up to level 10, and then that triggers a buff on every other character on your account. That any character that is below level 10 gets double rep gains for that reputation until they hit level 10. So you get to level 10 on your ult, then you play your main, then you push your main up to as close to 10 as possible, and then use one of the fat rep tokens you're sitting on when you get close to 10, and then you should end up with renown that looks a lot more like that. And then if you want to push even harder, you go around and farm seeds for a while. Apparently macro abuse still works. Yeah, I am not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. I cannot think of a faster way to get fucking banned in this game than, first off, to have used that shit in the first place, and then second off, to know that they tried to fix it and then still keep fucking around with it and see if you can figure out a way to get all the macros to slam your rep tokens at the same time. For a fucking rune? Yeah, right. Like, creative use of game mechanics? Dude, pretty sure, like, I'm pretty sure Blizzard's gonna start having some creative uses of the terms of service. Talk to Ian about an affix refresh. Well, who was it that said they talked to Ian? Oh, Andy. It was Andy Bruce said he talked to Ian, and that they were going to try to make raid buffs less of an issue, which I think is good. And then there was whatever article that said that they were going to try to make affixes like less of a big deal. And it seems like they're trying to make dungeons better. Like, if they try to make affixes less of a pain in the ass, try to make raid buffs less mandatory for certain comps, hopefully it like starts freeing up the lets the dungeons shine through more instead of having so many other things that go into like what kind of shitty fucking affix week is it, what kind of fucking group comp do we have. Can you make a lariat with whelplings? No, because in order to do the whelpling thing, the item has to be blue. If you make the purple items, it requires a spark. and the Whelpling Crest wouldn't work on a sparked item. You'd have to use, or I should say, they won't work on a spark from last season. If you try to make a Shadow Flame spark, the current Whelpling Crest won't work on that. You'd have to use a current spark to do that. Is there a standalone add-on for the circle mouse pointer? No, that's a weak aura. I mean, maybe there's a standalone add-on for it. I don't know, but mine's a weak aura.
To them.
What do you do super blooms for? Well, this is my first one for the week on this character, so this will give you rep. They also are a good source of dewdrops, I think. What the fuck just arcane locked me? What up, Meat? Congrats on getting married. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're well. I am. Well, actually, you did just manage to catch Shauna in a bout of COVID. So she's actually about as unwell as she's been in a while. But I think we might do third night in a row of soup for dinner. The first night she ordered chicken and vegetable soups from Panera. Last night she had me go to the local Chinese place and get hot and sour soup. And I think tonight might be another chicken soup night. But my hope is, after tonight, she should be on the mend, I think. This will be the second day of, like, full-on symptoms. So I'm hoping by this point we've reached the point where it's done its worst and she can start recovering. The others, you know, got the vid? Yeah, it's like crazy how, because I mean, presumably she caught it from BlizzCon, and I was like with her every fucking minute of the day. So unless she caught it because some lady coughed in her face in the women's restroom. It's kind of odd how that shit works. How does the crafting blue item work? Yeah, so you take 30 of the... You take 30 whelp crests, and there's a vendor in Thaldrazis that's below the... crafting order spot. Where the fuck is that on the map? Here. Crafting order spot is... here, I think. This looks like a crafting order spot. So there's a guy that's part of the enchanting vendors that's down here. And if you talk to him, he'll have the option to use 30 Whelpling Crests to buy an item that's used in the crafting order to make the enchanted Whelpling Crest. So you convert 30 of the Whelp Crests into that item and then get a craft order in to make the Whelp Crest, and then you can use that whelp crest in a blue item, and it'll let the blue item go to 447, and you don't need a spark for that. So if you find one of the blue items, you use that whelp crest, slam it in there, and get that crafted up to 447. And you really have no use for whelp crests beyond this week. They only go up to 450. So any of the gear you're getting from next season should already be higher level than that. What am I most excited for with the new season? I don't know, to be honest. This season I've decided I want to try to avoid tunnel visioning on one character, which I've done virtually every other season I've played. Despite saying before the seasons that, like, oh no, I'm going to play multiple characters. In reality, what will happen every season is I'll decide eventually, like, a lot of times I will play a few characters at the start of an expansion, but like once I figure out what my main is for raid, then the other characters get kind of set to the side, and then I just tell myself like, oh no, I need to grind Mythic Plus on that character till I get all my upgrades, blah blah blah. I'll take care of my ults later, but I don't actually take care of my ults later. I just keep grinding the fucking main until he's like 30 eye levels higher than my ults, and then when it comes time to actually put in work on the ults, then it's like, ugh, it feels bad to play the alts. They're all low level as shit compared to my main. I don't want to do it. I'll just take care of that later this season, and then I put it off for like months, and then the alts never end up being useful for anything. So my goal for this season is to actually force myself to play alts the whole time, and even if there's ways that I could improve my main, unless it's a significant improvement, you know, if it's just like, oh, there's still technically some like keys you could do that would maybe get you like 5 eye levels on your neck or something, then it's like, nah, I just want to make sure I'm prioritizing getting time in on my alts as well, so that they stay relatively up to date, and I'm never in a situation where I feel like shit when I log on them. Hercules, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Should you play Liveliness or Master Shapeshifter for damage after the changes come in? I think the distinction between the two will be that Master Shapeshifter will do more single target damage, but Liveliness will likely do more overall damage. But also, Liveliness will help with healing to some extent, and Master Shapeshifter does not. So I would say Liveliness is probably the more well-rounded talent, but if the only thing you care about is mashing the fuck out of a boss, then Master Shapeshifter will do that. One day I'm going to level up my enchanting so I can actually learn these recipes. Oh, whoa. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Farewell.
It says laden somnut. I've only ever seen minor somnuts before. This is a fat nut? Okay. What do we got in here? A recipe. Do I have the same fucking recipe like 3 times? Enchanted Worm Streaming Crest, Enchanted Worm Shadow Flame Crest, Whelping Shadow Flame, Whelping Dreaming, Aspect Shadow Flame, Aspect Dreaming. Okay. Thoughts on not pressing Crusader Strike or Soul Pally? Yeah, I really haven't been pressing. I press it a bit more in Mythic Plus. But in raid, I haven't been pressing Crusader Strike like at all. I think I have like 5 Crusader Strike casts in raid. Yeah, it's not a great button. All right. Let's see. What do we get from that? We got a bag, another bag, another bag. We can slam this rep token. We got crit mastery offhand. That can be improved at some point, I suppose. Hold on to that for next week. I'm gonna try to clear out my bag actually of some shit. Let's see, what don't I need anymore? I have no use for fucking Ward of Faceless Ire. Or that ring, I don't think. Nah. Don't need that ring. Avoidance ring, nah. That neck, nah. That neck, nah. Oh, I should be disenchanting this shit, by the way. Buy back, buy back, buy back, buy back.
Many farewells.
You. You. Ooh, 2 crystals. Let's go. You. 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 Alright, that's on the veteran track, so we keep that. Go to you. I think I can sell you, but we'll hold on to you just in case. You're on the veteran track. Okay, we keep you. Why is everything that's on the veteran track dog shit stats for me? What is this shit? Cut it out. Okay. I don't even think it's worth disenchanting those. I'm not going to get a crystal out of them, right? So I don't think, at least.
I have many wares.
What was it? It was a you and you. What else? What else? What else? Leech ring. Yeah, I'd probably dump that. I don't think I give a fuck about that. Get rid of fucking voodoo doll. Probably dump some of these fucking trinkets. Rain song, get the fuck out of here, idiot. Best way to get Whelping Crest? The way I did it is if you go out to the Onaran Plains here, there's a bunch of green orbs because it's the Dream Surge zone. And if you fly around through those green orbs, they will each give you 2 Whelping Crests. Okay, so we got, go this way. Okay, so we have our okay. Let's do a little. Wait, these no, that can't be right, can it? Are we forcing the cat form to do your weight and DPS after the buffs? Yeah. Yep. All right. Are there any elites available here? What am I doing in this zone, God damn it. Oh, fuck, probably gotta go there to find out. Only released 4 chapters? It's actually only 3 chapters, but it'll display as 4 out of 7 to show that you have included 3 chapters. Axina, thank you for the resub, bud. 16 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Trying Holy Pally after 10.2 and it still feels fine? Yeah, I mean, I thought it felt fine in Raid on PTR, but in Keys I felt like my mana was just like, yeah. Oh, fuck, I forgot college football was on this weekend. I mean, today. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. K-State fucking destroying Baylor. Oh, we have 35 points. It's still the first half. Woo! All right, Paladin, do I actually care about doing fucking world quests on you? I mean, the rep world quest? Probably not. Like, you're already behind as fuck. Longhorns? Nah, fuck that. Where the fuck are all the rares, man? How the fuck have I logged on every character and none of them have... Ba-da. Oh yeah, I also meant to ask, I forgot, this character had a ring that went sideways on it. Does anybody have, or do I still have any jewel crafters from Terran Mill? I need to fix a ring. Oh, are the Whelping Crests resetting on Tuesday? Well, the cap will raise a bit. They're not resetting though. Send it to Morgue. All right. Fuck, I gotta figure out what the recraft costs are. It's probably, what was it? Shimmering Clasp and Eternity Amber? All right. Rousing Fire, Shimmering Clasp. Okay. Wait. But I already have the Rousing Fire, so I just need the Shimmering Clasp, right? Yes. And craft it? Nah, I just need to recraft. Alright, Shimmering Clasp. Yes. Also, consumables, food and drink. How much are... Oh, sorry. Faded Fortune Cookies? Okay, so these are still cheaper. Give me 50 of these fuckers, I guess.
Now.
Alright, recrafting. Oops, I didn't pick up the mats, did I? No, I did. You. To Morgue. Alright. Everything else in order here? Okay. Do 500 for the recraft. How did I heal the Souls phase on Goliath and Waker's Manor on Monk? No shy, you can be a melee, right? Just gift and go? I don't know that I ever did it on like a high enough key for it to really matter. But you with that on that fight, thank you, Morg. On that fight, keep in mind you are like guaranteed to proc your is that really my second best fucking ring? Fuck. What was I saying? Oh, talk about so you're like guaranteed to proc your bounce back at the start of that phase, so you're gonna have 40% DR for that phase. It's one of those nice mechanics for bounce back because it hits you hard enough. Like it's a staggered damage effect, so it's gonna hit you hard enough the first time to proc your bounce back, so then your bounce back will cover several ticks of the tree, so your health will actually be in decent shape at the start of that. You'll have the 40%, assuming you're running bounce back, you'll have 40% DR for the first 6 seconds of that shit. Then if you pop, I think it's magic damage, so if you pop diffuse, you should be like a fucking wall at that point. Now, I think the little shitheads do physical damage, so that'll hurt if you stand there and tank them. But you personally should be fairly safe from any of the non-red guy damage. So if you follow the boss around with like TG, I don't think you're gonna get rocked. Are the big rares only giving rep weekly? They give you a bag that has rep in it each time you kill them. I wonder what the highest key I could get into on this character is this week. $2,200 under. I mean, I got to get taken to a 22 fucking under, right? No way somebody says no to a 22 under. I'm a distinguished healer of a 19. Holy fuck, that was fast. That was too fast, actually. It concerns me that they were that willing to take a monk with 1,090. Oh shit, what did I just sign up for, dude? Everybody in this group, incidentally, actually, I don't know about Red Pally. Hunter, does BM Hunter like mastery? Warrior likes mastery, right? Arms Warrior especially, I think. Unless they change their stats at some point. Maybe I'm the least sussy in the key. We got some 447 bangers in here, at least. I got this stupid fucking neck that baited me. I didn't realize it when I upgraded it. I upgraded it to 450. Because I saw that it had this, like, while you're well fed, your shit has a chance to give mastery. And I was like, holy fuck, that sounds like a sick neck. It wasn't until I simmed it and realized it's actually really shit for me because it has super low stats on it for me. And then I was like, fuck. All right. Is there anything cool I could get from here? I guess this fucking ring, I can't upgrade it, I don't think. Maybe I can upgrade it. I don't know. Wish I could change the stats on this ring to anything except what they are right now. Most efficient way to get flight stones? You could run Mythic 0 Dawn. I've heard that place is fucking giga easy now. Like they nerfed the shit out of it, and I think every boss gives 65 flight stones. So you should be able to pick up several hundred in like, I don't know, 30 minutes or something in there.
Constructed this facility after the fall of the Black Empire to run experiments on all manner of beasties. Who knows what secrets it contains? It may even have the answer to defeating the...
Fuck me, dude. We moved off the fucking... What happened to him? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. He died in one shot. Oh, shit. What? Any lusters in the chat? Holy fuck, stop running around. No lusters, huh? Unlucky. Fuck yeah, there we go. Woo! Well, they make the Mystery of a single target rotation. I mean, currently Residue of single target rotation is apply Sunfire, apply Moonfire, spam Wrath. Oh shit, the guy went off. I didn't even notice that. Bro, why does my fucking Thunder Focus Tea just not go off sometimes? It is so fucking tilting. Shit. That was a little Shayloon's gift. Do I play on an ultra wide monitor? Nope. I play on a standard 4K. 38 fucking whatever by 2160. 3840.
What manner of beastie is this?
Oops. I did not dispel that guy. I didn't even notice he was up. Fuck me.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh my god, I just noticed the tank had like infinity fucking stacks. Do we have a res? Not really. Okay, so here's where we... No. God damn it, I was gonna fucking meld, but I had aggro. Sleeping? Honestly, I was trying to think, I was like, damn, why didn't I notice that? And then I realized it was because everybody had a stack of disease. Like, we had one go off and everybody had a stack of disease. And so my brain was just like, oh, it's just his stack is like everybody else's stack. I don't, like, my UI doesn't especially, like, notify me, hey, this guy's got way fucking more diseases than everybody else. So when the one disease went off, I was just, my brain was like, yeah, he's got one disease like everybody else does. Okay, good charge. Oh, it's the thing. Fuck, I forgot. I don't have the fucking... It occurred to me at the very last second, I was like, fuck, it's gonna be like earlier with my Druid where it's not gonna tell me when the fucking thing is coming. Shit. Oops, I mistimed this fucking Chi like crazy. I fucking hate this boss as a monk. Jesus Christ, you just feel like you're running around all the fucking time. It's so fucking annoying. Why is this guy not going away out of combat? I thought those guys were supposed to despawn. Okay, good, good, good. Just a good little... Okay. Thank you for that. I'm fucking stunned. Oh, my trinket went off. Fuck yeah. Forget that thing even exists sometimes.
3, 2, 1.
Dude, I actually feel like my damage is shit on Mistweaver right now. I feel like I should be doing more than this. I don't know why the fuck it's so low.
Let's hurry and find out.
I swear I was doing more than this yesterday with shittier gear. Oh, we put the guy in combat. Let's go. I was like, what is doing this damage? Okay, good. Let's see here.
Planetary infection imminent.
Dude, Night Elf coming in handy. Oh shit, this is bad. Okay, whoo! There's a fucking pincer attack thing. I'm gonna get stoned in the middle of this fucking boss fight. Let's go.
Priority 1.
34 seconds. Please don't stun me right when he points his fucking vile expulsion at me. There it goes. There it goes, dude. Live, you fucker. Bro, I keep fucking accidentally dispelling myself. I keep thinking I'm clicking the afflicted, and I keep accidentally dispelling me. I hate this fucking affix so goddamn much. It's such a dog shit design. It's so unreal how fucking bad this dog shit design is. Not even from a concept, just from an execution perspective. Where's chest? Where's chest? Where's chest?
But Gahun will not stay contained for long. We must gather our
Gold,
forces
yes.
and stop the rot at its source.
All right. Oh, stunned again. This trinket's fucking sick. I love this thing. It's the immersion is just off the charts. What is that? By the way, what does this even mean? Killing enemies steals the remaining time. Major enemies restoring the timeline completely. What does that mean? What does that mean? Restoring the timeline completely? Because as far as I could tell, it doesn't mean fucking anything. As far as I can tell, defeating major enemies doesn't do fucking shit. Thoughts on the new healing elixir? I don't even know what the fuck it is. Is there a new healing pot? Oh, new. Oh, sorry. I didn't like pressing that button, so I know a lot of misfeavers are like butthurt about it. It's better for me because I took it and never pressed it, so now it just goes off on its own, and so it's just free healing for me. I don't mind it. I don't like healing like that was like that short of a CD. I don't know. Just feels like a burden at that point. But all right. Well, I think that's gonna do it for me today. I want to go watch it. I forgot K-State game was on today. I want to watch the end of this K-State game. So I'll be back tomorrow. We got a few more Druid crests we need to farm up. And then if we get that taken care of, tomorrow maybe is Evoker Day. Maybe we get Evoker out there and start doing some campaign stuff, get some shit crafted for them, and should be some easy upgrades on my Evoker eye level wise. So I may actually be able to move my Evoker's eye level quite a bit. More than I was thinking about at the beginning of the week. So yeah, probably Evoker Day tomorrow, likely. And I may try to get some mid 20-ish keys sent on all my characters to get keys ready for next week. And yeah, then I don't know. I feel like I have more time left this week than I was expecting. So we may have to get creative. But yeah. Anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual. This is primarily a Mythic Plus stream, so if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.